This is Audible.
Highbridge Audio presents Soon I Will Be Invincible, written by Austin Grossman, read by Paul Bamer and Colleen Marlowe.
Chapter 12. Save the World. He's gone. We've lost Earth's strongest, fastest, and probably just its best superhero. The man who defined the term, practically. The funeral is odd, surreal. I sit in the VIP section, feeling like an imposter in my new champion's outfit, a version of the same uniform he used to wear. People who really knew him cried. I just sit there, feeling like a tourist. In the pictures they clutch, Corefire is still smiling his boyish smile, the man who never expected this, not in a million years. I sit in front with the team, but I've never felt less like one of them. They've seen Corefire shrug off surface-to-air missiles, dive unprotected into lava. You just didn't worry about Corefire. You counted on him to make it through, to soak up damage the rest of the team couldn't handle. It's a part of their lives I can't touch, and it makes my full membership feel like a joke. I think they broke up after Titan, partly because they couldn't stand losing anyone else. Then losing him to Dr. Impossible, who they'd beaten before, who they thought was evil but at least a known quantity, that just makes it worse. It hits them all differently. Black Wolf sulks, silently angrier than I've ever seen him. Elfin goes fairy solemn, the closest to stillness I've seen in her. Peril is unreadable, but he smells of liquor. Damsel recedes even further into her lonely leader mask. I leave as soon as I can, brushing through the mass of reporters to one of our hired cars. A few shout my name, hoping for a picture. A couple even pronounce it right. The day after the funeral, the old guard arrives to give us a briefing. Stormcloud and Regina, the surviving members of the super squadron, Damsel's father and stepmother. It's 11:31 a.m. by the digital clock that never stops blinking inside my left eye. There's probably a way to turn it off, but that knowledge vanished with the rest of the Prothean Corporation. Black Wolf bristled when the call came in. These guys are supposed to be letting us run things our way now. Damsel speaks privately with him for a few minutes when he arrives, but her response to Regina is visibly cool. I don't know what happened to Damsel's real mom, but it doesn't look like the stepmom was much of a replacement. It's practically a state occasion. I've never seen the super squadron up close before. Damsel and Black Wolf are famous, but these people invented us. Stormcloud hovers motionless, toes slightly pointed, resting solidly in air, as if encased in glass. A lot of people don't know how to hold themselves when they're flying. Their legs just go everywhere. I don't know how it works. There is no ground effect that I can see, no radiation, nothing. Regina is another thing entirely. Like an animated chess piece, she hefts the scepter of Elfland, the weapon that can vanquish any mortal foe, if the stories can be believed. We sit around the U-shaped conference table while Stormcloud glares out from the center, sometimes turning to gesture at the display screens. He has almost no perceptible body language, only a wave of the hand here and there to reinforce a point he's making. His hair is white, and his costume is a white and silver leotard with a simple blue and yellow logo on his chest, a diamond inside his circle, which must mean something profound to the cosmic types he runs with. Regina stands next to him in full regalia, feet on the floor but radiating a queenly authority. Damsel's distaste is almost palpable. I wonder if Regina wore that crown around the house. Super Squadron members don't often come out in public. Stormcloud spends most of his time outside the solar system. Once they had the monumental quality of the large-scale scientific projects of the period, like fission reactors and Saturn V rockets. Like the Cold War-era science that spawned them, they've gone into eclipse. World War II saw the first public superheroes, government-engineered and packaged by a U.S. Army agency sifting tens of thousands of recruits for certain qualities. There were rumors of men pulled out of their boot camp into special programs. They adapted to peacetime life as crime fighters and government spokesmen. But Pandora's box had been opened. World War II jump-started a dozen new technologies and set off the widespread ransacking of the old world. People changed. Some of them were servicemen, the outcome of super soldier programs on both sides. A few stranger and more terrible things came out of the devastation of Europe and the Far East. Things formed in that crucible are driven from hiding as whole cities were flattened and populations relocated. There hadn't been anything like the super squadron before. Pharaoh, the first one, an archaeologist turned crusader. Lightwave, an energy being, barely human after being translated into radiant information. Stormcloud, the all-American athlete turned living tornado. And Regina, mystic powerhouse. Go-Man, the fastest man alive, and Paragon, the living flame. They were hastily repackaged as an all-American team and sent out to defend the American way of life. As the 1960s took off and their powers matured, they became larger than life. These were men picked for loyalty, men without a lot of imagination, but they couldn't help but be changed by the things they'd seen. You could see it in their faces, laughing sorcerers from kaleidoscopic dimensions, seductive alien princesses, far future civilizations. Their training was eroding. They seemed eternal, archetypal, cosmic. It was like watching the Beatles go from Revolver to Let It Be. They were seen less and less in public. By 1976, nothing less than a full-scale threat to reality could draw them out. Seeing Stormcloud is just another reminder of how far down the power scale I really am. He's impervious to any scan I can perform, his body registering solid white to X-rays, like a black hole or a force field. Nothing I carry could even scratch him. The best efforts of 20th century biotechnology are nothing to him, mere cleverness, a gadget, gewgaw, half woman, half cuckoo clock. He's practically a god. Behind him, Dr. Impossible's face looks down at us from the 3 view screens, a close-up shot that must have been taken during one of his public tirades, his dark hair swept up and back. You've really done it this time. Wherever Dr. Impossible is, he's a menace to everyone and everything on this planet. He goes on in his immaculate news anchor baritone, citing patterns of attack, points of origin. Blackwolf talks back to him a few times, defending our efforts, and there's something a little gallant about it. This must be worse for Damsel. Lily slouches next to me in the back, arms crossed. Stormcloud doesn't look at her at all. The room strobes and shimmers as I slide my vision up and down the spectra. In the higher spectra, Stormcloud gives contradictory readings, ultra-dense but radiating energy, coruscating, celestial. Outside, the sky shifts from black to a brilliant white, banded with red and blue. I look around the room, and for the first time I notice something. Lily isn't truly transparent to all wavelengths of light. I know lasers go through her, and even microwaves, but my sensory range is very wide. No one's paying attention to me, so I scroll up and up into the higher bands until she stands out, opaque and solid, like anyone else. I'm one of the only people who's ever gotten a good look at her face. With her transparent features, she's a glittering half-seen menace. But in my altered vision, she's actually a rather ordinary, not unpleasant-looking woman, with a pretty, roundish face. I take a picture and save it. When the lecture's done, we file out. Damsel heads to the roof, Blackwolf to the gym. We've all got some thinking to do, if we're going to be a real team at all. It's 12:19 a.m. at the Champions Building, but I guess superheroes are supposed to stay up late. It's resident members only, plus Mr. Mystic, who is favoring us with his absurdly dignified presence. Apparently he keeps odd hours as well. It's not a real meeting. Everyone just ended up in the kitchen and started talking. And this is how I pictured it. You know, a few brave souls staying awake to rescue the world from disaster. The overhead lights make the room look warmer. Lily and I are on stools, Mystic stands. Damsel's perched on the counter eating ramen noodles, talking fast. It's close in here. The steam from Damsel's noodles condenses down the side of Lily's arms. Lily's opened a bottle of wine.
God, that was grueling.
Black Wolf balances one of the steak knives on the end of his finger before testing it for throwing balance. Damsel shrugs. At least you don't get it at Christmas. He always hated me. He's a power snob. Let it go, hun. Do you think he's right? I ask. If he is, what can we do about it? He's too good at losing himself. He's out there somewhere, probably half a kilometer underground, laughing his freaky laugh, talking to his robots. Ferrell looks up. This was a revenge scenario. Villains aren't that complicated. I disagree. Damsel waves her chopsticks expansively. He hasn't been sitting still. He's clearing the ground for something. Lily says quietly, if it's him, he's doing something new. He has to be. Otherwise, he couldn't have, This is ridiculous. He's an evil genius. We're not going to second-guess him. Remember the space monster? No one saw that thing coming. Remember the fungus army? He is indeed a most puissant foe. He seeks power, does he not? Land and serfs. Elfin perches on the counter like an oversized cockatoo. Silence falls. Elfin, what exactly do you think Dr. Impossible is? Black Wolf asks. A magician? A villainous king, or... Fine, I do not know. There's going to be a theme. Frogs, hats, I don't know. Lily raises a hand. I hate to be the one to say this, but there's still no proof Dr. Impossible is involved. Black Wolf stands. This wasn't some perch snatcher. This takes genius. Lily's on her feet and Black Wolf is too, that knife suddenly back in his hand in a fancy three-fingered grip. Well, he was in jail the whole time. How do you explain that? I jump in, not wanting to be part of a Lily-Black Wolf throwdown, not in the kitchen anyway. He might have left a trap for Corefire, Damsel observes. That's not out of character, is it? And Corefire just, walked right into it. Lily's pacing now. Well, he wasn't exactly Dr. Mind, Damsel says and almost manages a smile, but you still haven't told us how he did it. All right, I say. Let's assume we're him, just for a minute. How would we do it? Take down Corefire. I steal a look at Black Wolf. If anyone has an answer for this, it's him. Black Wolf's almost too eager to tackle this one. The autopsy gave us nothing, right? I had half the powered community in to scan it. We went over X-rays, microscopic traces, iridium, nothing. Damsel starts ticking off options. You couldn't burn him. You couldn't crush him, cut him. He was too tough. I could have taken him down. Maybe. I did it once. Black Wolf says it quietly. It's not a boast. And you're lucky you have an alibi. What about the Indiri? I ask. They don't come into this system. If they do, we know about it. What if he's hiding in the past, killing our grandparents? Ferrell muses, staring at the ceiling. We should be so lucky, Black Wolf mutters. Damsel snorts. Time travel makes me throw up, she notes. Everything makes you throw up, Black Wolf says, getting to his feet. No. Impossible would want it face to face. He's nothing if not predictable. Besides, that wouldn't leave a body. I saw Jason's, and there was no mark. Nothing. Corefire's the toughest thing this side of a black hole. It's provable. Well, actually, I have some bad news for you on that score. Psychics? Something with his mind? I'm trying to treat this like a murder, any murder. The guy was immune, Ferrell says. At least they're taking me seriously. But he managed it, Black Wolf goes on. He did the impossible. And now, with Corefire out of the way, he's going for the whole thing. Black Wolf's looking at me, holding my gaze. I know the science as well as anyone. He's trying to solve conventionally impossible problems by unconventional means. What does that point to? Then he glances sideways toward the corner by the sink. Mr. Mystic steeples his hands. He's been standing there this whole time, watching us and listening, waiting for us to get this far. You know what it means. Even though it's late when we break up, I can't sleep. Black Wolf and Mr. Mystic and Damsel and Elfin talked for an hour about magical artifacts, demons from other planes, demigods they have fought or had drinks with. In the end, we made a list on a napkin. There are only so many items lying around that give the level of magical kick we're talking about and can still be carried around. Dorandal, the Night Star, Fortuna's Eye, the Flux Emerald, Regina's Scepter, the one so powerful that with the right eyes you can see them from orbit, What you'd have to kill Corefire. We thought we knew where they were, but one of them must have gotten loose. Find the artifact and we find Impossible and put him out of commission. Elfin and Mystic seem right at home with this new development, but for me, it's a complete unknown. Mutants and machines and aliens may be weird, but they're still science. You can deal with them without upsetting anyone's belief systems too badly. But I fundamentally don't belong in the same room with something Guinevere is supposed to have touched. I pace in my room a while, then out in the corridors, data unfolding across my vision, maps, spreadsheets, case files, dates of last sightings, and lots of numbers, estimates of their capabilities, supernatural auras spelled out in ergs and kilowatts. A couple are grayed out, presumed lost or destroyed. A few others are colored red or blue, indicating curses or, in a few cases, sentience. I let my machine brain assimilate it all. It's better at it, and the knowledge will be there when I need it. Black Wolf was waiting for the elevator, kitted out for one of his nighttime patrols, canisters of nerve gas or whatever slung from his belt. We haven't really spoken since the funeral. Hi, Fatale. I have a couple of things I need you to crunch the numbers on later. Fine. I mean, that's fine, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry. About Corefire. All of this. I wish there was something I could do. I stumble over it even though I'd been rehearsing it a moment earlier. I reach out to touch his shoulder but then stop. He's Black Wolf after all. Scourge of crime. The stylized wolf mask looks back, snarling like always. You didn't know him, he says, looking away. I'm sorry, I say after a moment. I appreciate it, but you didn't know Corefire. I know, and I know I can't really know what you're going through, but... But what? It's really okay, he says, which is about the worst thing possible, and I actually start to get angry. No, it's not okay. Look, I'm not Galatea. I'm not a robot, is that clear? In spite of what everyone seems to think, I'm your teammate. No. Black Wolf's voice is frigid, angry. No what? I wait for him to go on. What I meant was, Corefire was a jerk. The elevator doors open and he steps inside. Black Wolf, It's okay. Leave it, he mutters as the doors close between us. I go upstairs to the crisis room and go back through Corefire's records. Somehow, it can't be as simple as this. I think about what Lily said, that maybe it isn't Dr. Impossible. In fact, if there's anything we know about Dr. Impossible, it's that he hasn't had any luck against Corefire. From that perspective, he's practically the last person on Earth you could suspect. Corefire emerged from a laboratory accident with his full plate of powers. Accident unrepeatable, of course. Problem is, you could accuse practically any villain out there of wanting him out of the picture, and, just as problematic, none of them had a way of doing it. If you look up his powers, you get invincible, a word that occurs a spare handful of times among over 1,500 catalogued metahumans. Granted, there's an asterisk there for the iridium, but that approach hasn't led us anywhere so far. Invincible. It's what everyone wants to claim they are. Not just tough, but downright invulnerable. Damsel is, nearly, and Lily's about equal, but either of them would fall after enough pounding. It's happened before. I'm well armored, but where I'm not metal, I'm an ordinary woman. They've got practically everything ever written about him. No way to go through it all, even for a machine like me. I run a computer search for the word. Who else in the Powers database qualifies for that ultimate accolade? Only one. The Pharaoh. A supervillain, now retired, inactive. I go back to Corefire's file, looking again for anything unusual. The man was so damned uncomplicated. That bland, big-chinned countenance. Life had dealt him such a good hand, you couldn't even suspect him of cheating.
Chapter 13. Never Surrender. I sit in a coffee shop in my funeral suit, my briefcase at my side. A risk to be out here, but Information security is one of my fortes. My face isn't well known, and I've got my trusty sunglasses. No one knows my name. I watched the pedestrians go by. Old people, homeless people, other people in suits, people with jobs, paper cups and candy wrappers, and the sidewalk spotted with old chewing gum. It just seems unbelievable. I close my eyes, just for a moment. There are days when you just don't feel all that evil.
Hey, honey? I think that guy over there is Dr. Impossible.
Shit! This is how a super fight starts. Everybody has them, and you have to be ready. For a lot of people, these fights are the main thing, the main point of the exercise. Smashing things. This is what their powers are for. It's what I built the staff for, but to tell the truth, I'm more about the science. If the science goes right, no one should ever get near me. I stand up too quickly, knocking over the latte in front of me. It's nearly full, and the sound it makes as it slops over the table edge and onto the floor is unnaturally distinct. A little of it splashes onto my new slacks. Black Wolf is standing in the doorway and staring right at me, talking rapidly into the communicator on his wrist, keeping one eye on me. A few civilians near me are picking up on what's happening. Shit, shit, shit. Obviously he knows who I am now. This will mean the champions. And here I am, out of uniform. Lucky day for them. I'm going to get pounded. These are the times when I wish I could fly. Who was the first person to hit you? That was one of Steve, the therapist's questions. But I don't know who he was. I was on my way out of a bank, calling for my escape helicopter. Then I was picking myself up half a block away, and the side of my head was numb. Looking back, I saw where I'd skidded across the snowy sidewalk, hit the edge of a pillar on the front of the bank, broken off a section of the marble plate. My ears were ringing a little. Passers-by were pointing. My cape was torn and muddy along one side. I'd gotten punched. He was coming toward me, joking to somebody over the short wave, getting ready to wrap this one up. A weekend hero in a homebrew exoskeleton cased in dirty yellow industrial plastic. The hydraulics whined as he trotted forward, a fancy long-barreled rifle slung across his back. He stopped when he saw me getting up off the sidewalk. I can't describe the next few seconds too well because I don't remember much except that I was on him before he got the rifle up, and then he was flying backward through the bank window and into the lobby. Thinking back, I must have already hit him a few times because I could smell insulation burning, and the armor was having trouble righting itself. I'm strong, remember. He tried for a roundhouse and connected a little, but he obviously didn't have full power. I could see his eyes and a bit of his face through the plastic helmet. He knew he was out of his depth. I knew it too. I braced a hand on his shoulder, got a few fingers under the rim of his helmet, and tore it off. He looked about 45 years old, dark brown hair and a moustache, some firefighter on his weekend hobby. He looked terrified and angry. I could hear sirens, but I stayed on him, held him down with one foot, while I tore the armor off one piece at a time, taking my time, feeling the straps part, tearing wires out. So this is a hero, I thought. I told him what I thought of the workmanship on his armor, because I could tell he had built it himself, and then I left. But that guy was an amateur, a fading sports hero with an engineering degree. These are the champions, or what's left of them. They're world-class. They have communicators and a headquarters, and VTOL jets. I wish Psychic Prime were here, and sober. Or Lily. Lily was so good at this part. Well, I'm a professional too, or so the newspapers claim. I grab a napkin out of the dispenser and keep it over my nose and mouth while the civilians clear out. Always protect your identity. No need to stand on ceremony. I snatch a mug from the table next to me, and with no wind-up, throw it as hard as I can at Black Wolf's head. He sees it coming, of course, and it shatters harmlessly on the wall next to him. At least it gets him out of the doorway. Christ. Okay. They must have been nearby, beating up on a small-timer maybe, or just out shopping for more leotards. Police are probably already stopping traffic for them, setting the stage for my demolition. I have 60 seconds at most. I'm trying not to panic. Villains are supposed to be able to improvise. For a mask, I stick the napkin to my face with a roll of tape from behind the counter, then kick out a clear area in the middle of the tables. It's not as bad as it looks. I'm wearing part of my costume under my clothes, and I've got my emergency kit. I open the briefcase, take out the power staff, and begin to piece it together. Zeta-powered, of course. 25 years old, and it's still the best power source you can carry in one hand. I peer outside. At least this isn't the whole team, just a few of the core members. And they aren't really a team at all anymore, although I haven't been following the soap opera details. They fan out on the sidewalk in an arc, just like in their old publicity photos. Black Wolf, the ultimate crime fighter, twirling one of his throwing knives. Damsel, First Lady of Power, hovering 3 feet off the pavement. She'll be trouble. Feral, savage street fighter, barely keeping formation. Elfin, warrior princess, imperturbable as ever, hefting her silly spear. Where did they get her again? Rainbow Triumph, teen idol with an attitude, Christ. But there's something a little off about it. They haven't been a team for quite a while, and to my professional eye they look ragged. Damsel and Black Wolf used to fight next to each other, but they've put Feral between them in the formation. Feral seems even more maniac than usual. Beatable? Maybe. Damsel borrows a megaphone from one of the cops. "Dr. Impossible! Is that you?" "Who dares?" "You know us, Dr. Impossible. We're the champions." Rainbow says something to her. "The new champions." "Fine, it's me." "You're an escaped felon. We're giving you a chance to surrender quietly. This doesn't have to be a fight." This sort of offer is a mere formality for a man with a power staff and a napkin taped to his face, and she knows it. I'm sweating, wishing I had my helmet. I promised myself once that I wouldn't go down in street clothes. You didn't think prison would stop me, did you? I'm back, and I'm going to take over the world. It's 5 against 1, Dr. Impossible. Same odds as last time. Final offer. I could bring up core fire, but I won't. They're short-handed, and they know it. I'll get out of this, and I'm destined to rule the world. Come on in. A brief pause ensues, a twitchy moment, like the beginning of a gunfight. It's always chancy facing down one of these people. No matter who it is, you're going to be dealing with the end product of a long, improbable story of a person so strange and powerful that he or she broke the rules of what is ordinarily possible. Whoever you're facing is guaranteed to be special, an Olympic wrestler, a radioactive freak, a fated son of somebody. They're winners. Taking a red arrow or a seahorse, or the letter G as their symbol, they sally forth to make your life difficult. Rainbow Triumph steps forward, one of my most popular enemies, posing in all her teen idol glory. I know what you're going to say, I begin. You're under arrest. She says it like a bossy 8th grader, like, you're in my seat. Black Wolf mutters, "By the numbers, people." He's got that twitchy autistic look he gets in a fight. His odd neurology, hyper-accelerating, problem-solving in real time. But they've forgotten how fast I am. My wrist flickers, one of my sonic grenades. The heroes scatter. Damsel leaps to shield her ex-husband, but Peril is a sitting duck. It goes off with a boom, shattering windows down the block, setting off car alarms for a quarter mile. Peril flies like an oversized plush toy, and I can count him out for about a minute. He'll be angry when he gets up. Dust rolls over everything. And then Rainbow Triumph socks me in the stomach, and I fold up like a paper bag. She's the daughter of one of Gentech's top executives, and they've been working on her for years, ever since she was 7 years old and they found out she had a degenerative bone disease. An experimental treatment saved her life, but the price was that she became, over time, a permanent inmate of their research and development division. After the first round of implants went in, they kept layering in new technology, more every year. Then the marketing department got its hands on her. They've been grooming her as a superhero since she was 11, starting her on search and rescue work, then moving up to crime fighting. She looks great on the news videos. But when you stand up close to her, you can see there isn't much human tissue left. I took a blood sample once when I was holding her hostage just to see. It looked wrong, more orange than red, and it stank. Say what you want about Gentech and its publicity practices, that girl can hit, and those fins on the side of her gloves are razor-sharp. Stupidly, I'd been watching the show outside, and now a teenage girl is going to beat me senseless. She hits me again, and I go down. She doesn't weigh much, but she has this trick of bracing herself against the ground to get leverage. So much for the world's smartest man. I scramble around for a second under a table. She comes on in a fighting stance, gorgeous Wing Chun stuff, her face set with those scary eyes, unblinking. She moves like speeded-up stop-motion animation. I'm strong, but let's face it, I'm not the fighter she is, not toe-to-toe. It's just not my métier. I pick up a chair and toss it at her, but she catches it, twists it out of my hand, and smashes it against the floor. I swing again, stagger her, but she pulls off an admirable spin kick to my chin. The world tumbles, and then I feel pavement against my back. I'm sliding out onto the street, legs in the air. A news helicopter overhead is catching the whole thing. Who's next? Feril's coming to in a furry heap of brick, dust, and broken glass. I pop to my feet, staff in hand, barely in time to meet Feril's rush, an enormous man with the head of a tiger. I've never figured out what lab he came out of. He's over 7 feet tall, prodigiously strong like a pickup truck with claws. He's never killed anyone that I know of, but he's not particularly careful not to. He's ended careers before, plenty of them. I've never had him in the lab, so I never found out if he was a hyper-evolved feline or a gene graft or a particularly nasty piece of veterinary surgery. I step up to Feril and swing two-handed with the staff, catching him full in the face. It feels like I'm hitting a concrete wall with a baseball bat. His counterpunch bowls me over. I fly 10 feet before grinding to a stop on the asphalt. I change tactics. The power staff sprays sleeping gas, and Feril staggers. Falls. If you haven't been this close to superhumans, you don't understand what it's like to fight them. Even when you've got powers yourself, the predominant impression is one of shock. The forces moving around you are out of human scale, and your nervous system doesn't know how to deal with it. It's like being in a car accident over and over again. You never feel the pain until later. Everything slows down. Thunder, then lightning flickers overhead. On one knee, I raise the staff just in time to absorb it. Damsel. The power staff's now in its fully powered state, force field humming and vibrating in one hand. Someone's in the shadows. Lily? Mr. Mystic? I don't have time to think about it. Out in the street, it's going to be sheer murder. Who's next? Damsel charges out of the smoke. I tear a parking meter from the sidewalk, wield it, keeping the power staff in the offhand. I keep her at bay and sort of manage to jab her in the eye. She takes another pass and I swing it at her. I'm faster, but she parries it with a forearm. She grabs me, one-handed. I can feel the new suit tear as we swing around and into a brick wall. I'm staggering forward like a drunk, one sleeve hanging off my jacket, and she swoops in at me, but I sidestep and manage to plant a wad of plastique on the small of her back. She's clawing for it when it goes off, sending her backward in a long arc the length of a football field, over the shops and parked cars, to land with a distant crunch and tinkle of glass. Who's next? Elfin, coming down out of the storm. A laser beam shatters off her spear point, then she hefts it to jab. The spear rings off my power staff with a bell-like clang. I hit her with the pocket sonic disruptor, and she staggers. Glancing around, I see the storefront is in ruins. When did that happen? A boom rattles windows up and down the street. The sky above us is darkening, thunderheads looming over Manhattan. My staff unfolds like a conjurer's trick and begins to glow. Bolts of power form a cage around me. It's raining. Traffic has stopped for blocks everywhere. The force field is fading, raindrops sizzling off of it. Damsel is back. The blue fire blooms around as we grapple, fingers intertwined. I can't keep this up much longer. Ferrell has a car up over his head, arms straight, the thing balanced on the midpoint. A pretty nice sedan. The thing creaks, and something in the trunk shifts, but he keeps it there long enough to brace for a throw. There are too many of them. The light around Elfin's spear point is getting brighter, and I back up. Even I can feel that heat. The battle comes to a halt momentarily, like the instant of silence in a crowded bar. Elfin raises her spear as high as she can over her head. Then, a blinding flash. Lightning strikes once, twice. Rain smell, steam, the summertime reek of hot asphalt. My power staff absorbs the charge, but the noise and shock are shattering. The sidewalk underneath me cracks, blackened. Time to stop thinking about a clean win. There's a submarine waiting for me in the Hudson River. If I can make it a few blocks along 83rd, this will all be behind me. I glare back at my assembled foes, then my staff belches a concealing smoke. Stooping, I heave a manhole cover out of the street, then drop down into the sewers. A beam from my power staff welds it shut above me. That will hold them a moment. The staff's charge is almost down to nothing. My eyes adjust, and I can make out the ancient tile on the floor and ceiling. I've been down here before. It's startlingly quiet, and you get used to the smell. You wouldn't think it could be so quiet in Manhattan. There's an inch or two of water in here, but mercifully it's fairly clean. A few blocks away I'll find daylight and freedom. What happened to core fire? Black Wolf's quiet voice carries through the tunnels. Of course it's him. I'd missed him in the fight overhead. Who else would have charted the battle ahead of time, known the sewer map, come straight here, and waited? He steps into view, cracking his knuckles theatrically. Jesus, Black Wolf, I didn't do it. You've got the wrong guy. I wish I hadn't blown up his ex-wife just now. One of his knives ricochets off the tile, right into my head. I aim the staff and try to blast him, but he saw it coming a second ago. He's already in the air, swinging off a ceiling pipe, covering the ground between us much too fast. The kick takes me in the chest. I know he doesn't have any powers, but he's scary as hell, so graceful that even now it's hard not to stop and watch. I wonder what makes him this way, what primal, originary scene branded him with an obsession that makes him dress like an animal and helps him fight. Who does he see when he looks at me? I try to stand again. My legs don't feel all that firm, but he gives me time. He's just standing there, waiting for me. "How'd you do it?" he demands. "How did you kill him?" He hits me twice before I can answer, or even move again. I'm supposed to be fast, but the man's like a demon. It's just the two of us in the sewers, no TV cameras, and he isn't going to hold back. He's one of the ones who enjoy this. "Was it the iridium?" he snarls. "I don't know. It wasn't me." I lunge for him, but it's as if he's seen this movie before. His hands close on my wrist, and he swings me around into the wall. "Was it a black hole? Was it magic?" He kicks me in the head again, and I flop over into the muck. Another kick, this time in the stomach, and pocket change fountains from my trousers. He can spot any move before I do it. I need to throw him off his game, if that's possible. "Ask your wife." It comes out in a gut-punched voice, but he hears me. "What?" He freezes a moment, graceless for once. I kick the legs out from under him, then grab an ankle and twist. Desperate, I'm strong enough to lift him, spin, and smack him into the wall. I think he's stunned. I stagger on, splashing through garbage, hoping to God he doesn't get up and run after me, but too tired to do anything about it if he does. This is why I'm not ready. This is the part I always forget about until it's too late, the flaw in the plan, the part where they hit you again and again. A less reflective man might have missed the point, but, as I keep telling you, I'm a genius. The last phase of my plan is coming, the one I haven't figured out yet. I need to be invincible, and soon, by the time the moon comes into position. I spot a set of rungs set in the wall, scrabble up them and out into the fresh air, gasping on my hands and knees on the sidewalk, only 2 blocks left. Pedestrians stream around me, like they don't even know I'm in a fight. Then they all look up. My feet leave the ground, and the breath goes out of me. Damsel has me this time, clutching my lapels in her fists, dragging me up. We climb, story after story, out of the chasm of Broadway. I can feel the warmth of her breath on my forehead as we shoot up past the highest rooftops, and for a moment I hang above the city grid, bathed in the mid-afternoon sun, bright as any hero ever born. Then the shock of it wears off, and I realize my hands are free. There is a capsule on the inside of my mouth, containing a tiny sample of gas I bought from an alien visitor, the atmosphere of an ocean planet 40 light-years away. I grab her fists in mine, bite down hard, and nerve myself to kiss her on the lips. The last trick, one I've held in reserve for years. She's astonished, open-mouthed, and my poison breath passes into her. She falls away, fainting, and I hover on the power staff's diminishing charge. In 10 minutes she'll have recovered, but I'll be miles away. Lazily, lucky for once, I drift, and the breeze takes me west and down over the rooftops of Columbia students, over the trees of Riverside Park, and into the Hudson River. I sink toward the dark water as my submarine surfaces underneath me, and I am already charting my next destination. Next time, it won't be so easy. I take one last look at Manhattan, sketch a bow, and descend.
Chapter 14. At Last We Meet. Lily and I have been up for hours, combing through the debris of yesterday's fight for clues about where Dr. Impossible came from, or what he's going to do. I'm up here as penance for having missed the event while running down a false lead in Monongahela, Pennsylvania. Lily managed to miss it too, vacation day supposedly, and no one knows where Mr. Mystic was. Damsel's in a foul mood. Everyone has been since the funeral. It would help if the rest of the team would talk about what happened yesterday. Most of what I know I got from newspapers. As far as I can tell, Black Wolf bumped into an out-of-uniform Dr. Impossible and called the alert. Ritual banter followed, after which Dr. Impossible proceeded to thrash the lot of them on national television and escape via means unknown. Black Wolf got bested in single combat, and Damsel, our resident powerhouse, went down on some vulnerability that's not even listed in the central computer. Farrell's going to be in the hospital for weeks. They're killing us in the press. With the rest of the team licking their wounds back at HQ, Lily and I do a slow walkthrough of the rubble. Neither of us has done this before. I try to start us off. They sure managed to break a lot of windows. That's what I got, too. I feel stupid for hanging around here. We should go to the zoo or something. Yesterday's freak storm has passed and I'm starting to overheat. The whole block is cordoned off with yellow police tape, and the police are watching me closely as I walk around in the middle of the street. They must be wondering why the champions wrecked this block, let Dr. Impossible slip away, then send a notorious villain and somebody they've never heard of to figure out what happened. I cycle viewing modes in the hope something exciting will come up to justify holding back the cleanup crews this long. I give it another try. So, Black Wolf bumps into Dr. Impossible, calls the champs, except the ones who are out of town, and it's totally not their fault, Lily adds. Where were you? Robbing a bank, thanks. So, for all I know, this is a test, and Black Wolf's watching us from somewhere. In the coffee shop, Rainbow Triumph's pointed girl-sized shoe prints square off against the marks of the supercriminal's loafers. He leaves the Starbucks, Lily prompts, residual trace of some Zeta energy leading out the front window. What's he doing in a coffee shop? Genius is mysterious. And there's a fight. I gesture uncertainly. Outside, the pavement has buckled and heaved under blows of incalculable force. The energy traces here are more distinct. Damsel slashing track through the air. Yellow-green where Elfin managed one of her weather tricks. Dr. Impossible's staff leaving a riot of colors and shapes. A big fight, 5 against 1. Lily can't see the energy traces, but it's pretty obvious what was going on. The champion's collective energies focused on one man who wouldn't go down. And I guess he got away here. The doctor's energy track leads to a manhole cover. Classic. No wonder they're so upset. Lily lifts it up one-handed. Mr. Mystic skipped the fight, too. Why doesn't he go down there? I'll go. I can do some spectroscopy on the fight scene. Show off. Street noise cuts off abruptly when I lower myself in. The city's been through here already to check for structural damage, so the scene is probably worthless, but it's a relief to be off stage for a minute. See anything? Lily calls from overhead. Hang on. There's a lot of cracked tile where Black Wolf and Dr. Impossible met up. The doctor caught him off guard somehow and threw him into the wall. A chip on the wall shows where Black Wolf threw one of his knives, and I have a lame impulse to find it and hand it back to him before I remember he's a millionaire. I think your boyfriend beat up my boyfriend, I call back. He's not my boyfriend. Fine. And you're not going out with Black Wolf. He just talked to you. Okay. I told her about it, what Black Wolf said. Whom else could I tell? Any clues, Madam Detective? Are we done? The police are looking at me. I guess we're done. Just then my radar pings on another object, small and cool and metallic. just under the water. There's a handful of loose change, an old-fashioned subway token, and a motel key with a tag that reads Starlight Motel, Queens, New York. Cold entrances are dicey when you're talking about a metahuman living situation. There's no real way to guess what weirdness you'll find, anything from genetically enhanced cockroaches up to a pocket black hole. For a second, I think about getting the others, but it's worth the risk for the chance of catching Dr. Impossible alone and making that collar. Forget the newspaper headlines. The look on Damsel's face will be more than worth it. The key goes in and turns. I open the door as quietly as I can, feeling a little foolish. For all I know, he's standing right on the other side. What will I say, exactly? But the lights are off and the living room is empty. I wait for a moment in the hall, hoping this isn't one of my bad decisions. It's 6:59 p.m. It's warm inside, quiet and dark, and I stand in the doorway letting my organic eye adjust. I can make out shelves and a couch, and garbage on the floor. A white plastic telephone sits on an end table that looks like it was salvaged from the curb outside. It has one drawer, which hangs open, displaying a jumble of circuit boards, slabs of coarse-grained green plastic laced with metal. Loose objects crowd the shelves, a doll's head, a lumpy piece of pottery, a plastic figurine from a Japanese animated show. The room is coated with a layer of dust, which has gotten into everything. In the corners, power cables and network cords lie half-covered in it. The walls are painted with the bumpy, gooey white paint endemic to cheap apartments in New York, and it laps onto the edges of doorknobs and light switches and window panes. The air smells of sweat and decayed food and a burned odor from the radiator. I step inside. A plastic bag hangs from the doorknob in lieu of a garbage bag, spilling over with takeout containers and used paper towels, a bare concession to the idea of housekeeping. Someone ate and slept here for a few weeks at least. To my left, the last of the sunlight filters through dirty window panes and onto carpet fragments scattered on the floor and grimy linoleum tile. Ahead of me, a short corridor ends in the half-open door of a bathroom, and what must be a bedroom door on the left. Living room first, I decide. On the carpet, a polished metal tube, outsized, oxidized at one end, as if it had once been part of an immense engine. The surface has a crazed patina that looks superheated. It must have come out of one of the doctor's rocket planes. The couch has a faded plaid upholstery that looks as if it had spent a few weeks outdoors. On the floor, almost buried under cardboard boxes and packing materials, is a robotic hand almost 4 feet across, 3 jointed fingers and a thumb, painted to carnival blue and red. Where the wrist should be, it trails long wires, as if torn from its owner with immense force. I touch one broad, cool finger. The door sighs shut behind me and cuts off the street noise outside. Overhead, a neighbor paces around. A toilet flushes elsewhere in the building. In the sudden quiet, I hear cooling fans, and the whir and the chirp of hard drives read-writing. I follow the sound down the hall, and in the bedroom, green and red LEDs spangle the dusty air like fireflies, next to a futon laid out on the bare floor. I'm conscious of being at the heart of something. He must have come here as a last resort when the money for castles and islands ran out, when they found the last of his offshore accounts and buried caches. And he was here not too long ago. I look over the tangle of circuitry, careful not to touch. He must have started with 5 or 6 off-the-shelf PCs, but none of it looks stock now. Some of the wiring is plainly stuff that's never been done before, inexplicable but obviously intentional rewirings, chips sawed in half, or soaking in solutions in Burger King glasses. I'm looking at a supercomputer. He probably bought everything at CompUSA and wired it all together himself on his hands and knees. It's easy to forget how smart he is. I should have called in by now, but I want to know what he's doing. I sit down on the futon and look for a port on the back of one of the computers that I can jack into. Even my plug sizes are getting out of date. The data sheets down across my display in blue-white ASCII and low-res graphics. A hugely complex piece of engineering, all sheer forces and rotational inertia. Diagrams show the Earth wrapped in an interconnected web of lines of force, thousands of tiny vectors. Something big and complicated is being simulated or controlled from here, but I don't have the math for it. Most of the minds that can understand this kind of thing are on the wrong side in the first place. Half a dozen lines crisscross and connect at a symbol or diagram sketched in, what looks like a lightning bolt. He's got a question mark next to it. Something he's still working out? The words, more power, invincible, appear, underlined. Pages and pages of orbital schemata, asteroids, planets, comets moving around, columns of figures, stranger things, a fat man, a jewel. Stars and governments, heroes and villains are connected by dotted lines extending through space, time, and other dimensions. This must be how a mastermind sees the world. I see Damsel and Black Wolf and the others are scattered around. I don't see myself there, unless I'm the letter F. Would he know about me? Do I want him to? I download it all, always listening for a footstep in the hallway, but I don't think he's coming back. It's on the way out that I see it. There's a twin to the enormous robotic hand lying on the kitchen counter, but this one is human size, intact, with a cunning ball joint where the arm would go, where my arm would go, actually, because this time I recognize the workmanship. Back at the Champions, this time I'm the one standing at the giant screen in the crisis room. I lay out what I found, the key, the motel, the diagrams. I throw the doctor's calculations up on the big screen page after page while they listen to my analysis. Black Wolf scribbles notes frantically as I talk, but he's not looking at me. I tell them everything but that last thing. When I'm finished, Black Wolf and Damsel are talking fast, overlapping each other's sentences. "It's good work, Fatale," he says, barely glancing up. "Really good. This is going to do it." Even Damsel is smiling for once, wickedly. It's confirmation. He's going magical. And he's desperate. We've got a time limit. On the screen, spheres rotate around one another and around the sun. There's a critical window of time coming in a few days. Fine, but what's that? I point to the lightning bolt. Whatever it is, we don't want him to have it. Lily asks, "What did it look like, the room?" I shrug. I don't know. Evil, impoverished grad student? She doesn't look happy. You're right, that he's desperate. I think he's going to try to take over the world. Black Wolf stands unnaturally still in his skin-tight black leather, his lips moving silently every minute or two. I look closer. He's saying, "Doomsday." He's contemplating a white board scribbled nearly solid with overlaying diagrams in red, green, blue, yellow. It's not all that dissimilar from what Dr. Impossible was working on, and I wonder for a second what Black Wolf would have been like as a villain and what kept him from going that route. I remember the doctor's squalid surroundings, the smell of spoiled food. When Black Wolf speaks, it's in a grim monotone. No villain ever beat Corefire, but what if a hero could? You know the cataloged powers. Damsel looks bored. I could have done it. You could. Who else? Lily. No, I'll vouch for her. Damsel sounds sure of herself. I wonder why. We need to expand this list. Damsel stands. Say whatever it is you're saying. What if it's the scepter of Elfland? Black Wolf licks his lips before he says it. I've never seen him nervous before. There was a bit of silence after. A taboo subject. Damsel's expression is, as always, hard to read. But if I had to guess, I'd say she's appalled, and at least two other things. Apprehensive, but maybe a little bit grateful to Black Wolf for coming out and saying it. Maybe she'd like to take a swing at that stepmother after all. Any mortal foe. I know Black Wolf keeps a lab somewhere upstairs. It's already a late night, but I wait until 2:30 before I go looking. Everyone is asleep and the whole building is quiet, so I just wander around until I find it. There's a keypad lock, But as I said, I'm good at things like that. It's cold inside, and pitch dark except for bright halogen bulbs illuminating the work area. He's in shirt sleeves and a mask. I can see wine-purple bruises from yesterday's fight. Fatale. He doesn't even have to turn around. He's going over tapes of the fight, frame by frame, on a big flat-screen monitor. Elfin's frozen mouth open in a silent battle shout. Yeah, hi. He goes on working, paging forward frame by frame. Dr. Impossible is zapping someone off camera with his walking stick. Look at that. It's not the same staff he had before. He got a new one. Sorry I missed out. Not your fault. Outside, the city looks asleep, except for a few late workers twinkling in the office blocks around us. Look, I don't know how to say this. I need you to take a look at my enhancements. Sure. You having a hardware problem? Kind of. Just step up on the scanner. Can you take the costume off? It's shielded. Okay. He gestures and I step onto a glass-top dais, a kind of walk-in MRI. There's a lot about my body I don't like people to see, but I guess I asked for this. It takes a minute to get the costume off. I strip down to the tank top and panties I wear underneath and take a breath. LED indicators run up my side and down one leg, glowing brilliant in the darkness. The air on my skin raises goosebumps. He can see just about everything that's been done. Galatea helped build this when she was here. Just hold still for a couple of minutes. He does something at the keyboard and the scanning element swings over soundlessly on two long arms and gently encircles my midsection before doing a slow transit up and then down. The results come up on two of the big monitors. It's a full body scan. I haven't seen this view of myself since Protheon closed. I can see my skeleton, everything they did. On the screen, my fusion plant pulses like a second heart. A cascade of cables and jewel-like points descend through me. When I move, it moves. Looking at the screen, Black Wolf is looking at me in a way no one has ever looked at me, with power or without. He gives a low whistle. You're a piece of work. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not kidding. This is brilliant work. Totally unconventional. Somebody wasn't kidding around. I'm blushing furiously, but the monitor doesn't show that. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. I think I found out who the somebody is. I take a breath, then toss him the metal hand I've been carrying around all day. This was in Dr. Impossible's motel room. He turns it over and over, his long fingers feeling the joints, spreading the fingers. You can see the same configuration in my own arm, right up there on the screen, and I can almost feel his hands on me. There's a long silence. I can hear the air conditioning, a couple of machines beeping, the thrumming of hard drives read-writing. No one knows much about Black Wolf's own origin, why he's so good at things. A lot of people, including me, think he's the outcome of a government breeding project. But that doesn't really explain the crime fighting, the obsessive behavior. I want to ask, but I don't. Has anyone else seen this? He asks. Just you. He made Corefire too, you know. That's the rumor. He takes my hand, the real one, turns it over, feeling the metal bones. His hands are still warm in the cold laboratory. What if there's a bomb, or a microphone, or a tracking device? I feel excited just saying the words, and I'm not even sure why. The NSA must have checked you over. I'll look myself, but you're clean, I'm sure of it. There never was a super soldier project. I must have been part of one of his schemes, and not even one of the good ones. There was never going to be another one of me, unless we were going to be super henchmen, robbing banks for a malicious idiot in a cape. But I'm not even that. I'm a discard. Or am I? I step off the platform and snatch my hand back. Get it off the screen. Fatale, just get it off. Get rid of it. I really don't think it matters. Maybe I'm one of them. I'm whispering now. Did that ever occur to you? It doesn't have to be a bomb. I could be a traitor. It could be written in the code. I'm making this up. Dr. Impossible probably doesn't even know I'm out here. But maybe he does, and I'm under his control. Maybe this is all part of it. Black Wolf widens his stance a little as he listens, one foot feeling the floor. His pupils dilate behind the mask, and his breathing changes. I can see him waking up, noticing me in a way he'd never done before. As a threat. I could be the one. He could have planned every bit of this. I wouldn't even necessarily have to know about it. I take a step toward him. I know I'm right, and it feels powerful in a way I haven't known before. Fatale. He doesn't go on. He's trying to figure out how to beat me. I honestly don't know what will happen next, but something has to. I take another step and reach for him. He moves so fast he's an afterimage on the cameras. Somehow I never thought of him as dangerous. He reads human to all my senses, just bone and meat, like the rest of them. The world slows down. I'm moving into fighting stance, arms coming up, but it's too late. He doesn't hit me that hard, but he gets just enough leverage behind him to knock me off my feet, all 450+ pounds. By the time I hit the tile, he's pulled an extensible police baton from somewhere I didn't see. He's straddling me, one hand pinning one of my arms back, the other holding the baton cocked, trembling. I'm ready to unleash some seriously nasty countermeasures, but he's stopped. It's a submission hold, and if I were human, I would be in agony, but I'm not. It's as good a chance as I'll ever get. I could punch him through the ceiling, but I lean up to kiss him. He's breathing hard. It's been a while since my non-metal days, and I've kind of forgotten how this goes, but I bet I can figure it out. My artificial nerves are lit up, even better than I thought they would be. I can feel the taut muscles in his forearms, even the tremor of his skin, but my hands are as strong as his, stronger even. I'm steel maybe, but I'm not dead. I'm getting a lot of error messages from my onboard systems. They don't like having anybody this close. They keep wanting to electrocute him or break his wrist, and part of me is busy stopping them. Our lips touch, and for a second it's everything I thought it would be. The metal in my jaw is awkward, but somehow exciting, and he kisses back. I pull him down to me, get his weight against me. I'd forgotten what it was like to want something this much. He reaches up under my shirt, and the feeling is so good it makes me want to cry. Nobody but a surgeon has touched me there for a really, really long time. Then I make a mistake. I reach for the mask, and he catches my arm ready to break it. His jaw sets, and I'm dealing with Black Wolf again. It's like watching a different personality take hold, and I get a glimpse of what he's always holding back, a terrible, unappeasable mourning. Something really god-awful must have happened to him at some point. And the only woman he'd chosen was the closest the world could produce to an unbreakable girl. I'll never be anything but an also-ran, half invulnerable, half 20-something nobody. Metal alloy and flesh are nothing compared to Stormcloud's daughter. Before he can do anything, I catch him under the arm and lift him off of me as I get to my feet. I could break bone with the grip I've got, but I set him down. "I'm sorry," he says. "Forget it," I say, grab my costume and slip out. The early morning corridors are pitch black, but not to me.
Chapter 15. Maybe we are not so different, you and I. The way people talk about it, you'd think anyone could build a doomsday device. Like it's not a power at all. But you have to remember everything, catalog everything, and realize how to fit it together in a new way, a way that solves or destroys or takes everything apart. If it were so easy, they would have figured out what I'm doing by now. This is the last piece, the jewel, the one I've been putting off. I didn't want to come back here, and I didn't want to do it this way. I'd hoped for something subtler, and a fresh invention. But then I'd hoped for a lot of things. I'll have to hope nobody sees a miniature submarine come whirring up the Charles River by night. They've been one step behind me for a week, Elfin and Damsel and the cyborg whose name I keep forgetting, skimming over the coastal waters. But I'm shielded from their vision, and it holds, this time. The physics building used to be my second home, and slipping in a window is nothing to me. No one guards this stuff anyway. There are just a couple of padlocks to keep students out, and I shoulder my way through them with barely an effort. Practically my last work as a legitimate scientist, but it might as well be a stuffed polar bear. Inside, the air gets dustier, staler. How many years has it been? I'm in front of the last door, and beyond it I can see the silhouette of the familiar apparatus, shrouded in dust cloths. But there's a dark figure leaning in the doorway, poised and elegant. This is the one I should have foreseen, the logical adversary, the most dangerous of the new champions. Mr. Mystic has a pencil mustache and jet-black hair of a cartoon stage magician, with high cheekbones and a long, handsome face. He stares, unruffled, into the barrel of my homemade plasma rifle, as if it were a bouquet of flowers. He smiles and tips his hat, defiant, yet elegant. I know what you've come for, but they've set me to guard it, you see. In his long, graceful fingers he flourishes a long, black-lacquered wand with an inch of white tip. He invariably appears in full evening dress, a tuxedo, dazzling white gloves, and a cape made of cloth that flows and drapes itself with impossible elegance, regardless of local atmospheric conditions. He's older than most of us, at least in apparent age. I step forward and swing, and the fight is already over. He folds up at the first punch like any civilian, slumps to the floor, his cape settling over him. I prod the cape with my foot, half expecting it to be empty, but there's a warm body, and it's him. He just lies there, breathing. But Mystic has a way of wrong-footing you. I step over him and through the doorway, and everything ceases to make sense. Instead of the lecture hall beyond, I'm in a small room with identical doors on each wall. God, I hate fighting magicians. Mr. Mystic has always kind of bothered me. The champion's personnel database lists him as William Zard, a failed stage magician and petty crook. None of this explains why he thinks he's a superhero. The true history of William Zard is hardly one to strike terror into his foes. No college education. He barely finished high school. For 2 years he traveled with the Merchant Marine, Europe first, then India, then the Far East. He jumped ship in Hong Kong, and there's a brief notation from the American Embassy concerning vagrancy. He must have made his way inland, wandering through Tibet, learning from a little-known group called the Seven, a semi-reputable New Age cult. He popped up again in the United States almost 4 years later, under the name Mr. Mystic. Then we have the first record of his crime-fighting adventures. At first, we thought he was just a hypnotist, one of those quiet, liquid-voiced masters of men. Eyewitnesses were vague, or they couldn't remember meeting him at all, even when placed at the scene. He still used his fists as much as his voice. Hypnotism was a showman's flourish, window dressing for old-fashioned fisticuffs and detective work. But he never abandoned the elaborate accoutrements of the stage magician. The final phase of an arrest would be an elaborate coup de théâtre, a curtain jerked aside to reveal the culprit already chained up, the stolen goods already back where they belonged. He had a showy knack for staging his own apparent death. I back out, suspicious of what will happen next, and find him still there in the hall, collapsed. I don't like magic, I think I've said that. There are too many frauds mixed up with it. It reeks of old-time vaudeville and stage shows and con men. It's shadowy and psychological, too much like hypnotism, and nobody likes what it implies about the world. It goes against the whole premise of my whole thing. That we live in an ordered universe, that the stars and planets swing around one another according to laws, and that a smart enough man, a man who is very, very smart indeed, can apply these rules at the right time, in the right way, curving one orb just a few 100 feet closer to another, and thus make himself their master, and master of all. If Mr. Mystic thinks he lives in a world different from that one, I have to prove that he's wrong, and I'm right. Mystic's adventures take place in other dimensions, or concern legendary artifacts whose existence flatly contradicts the most basic understanding of the historical record. He seems most comfortable in his own milieu, up against werewolves or Indian fakirs. I don't know these people. Mystical menaces that never even crop up unless he's around. What are his powers? Depending on who you ask, he's a player on a cosmic scale or a skinny man in a cheap tuxedo. But I know for a fact he has gotten out of situations that should have killed a normal man. I myself saw him enter the Mayfield Sanitarium before it collapsed, and we all know how badly that situation ended. If he is a fraud, he must be a very brave one. I tie him up in his own cape, then shake him awake. Magic's not going to save you, Zard. Fix whatever you did to the hallway. It's not magic exactly, not the way you're thinking of it. That punch didn't bother him as much as I thought it had. He lies there, bound and blindfolded, but from the sound of it, you'd think he was holding me captive. Tricks, then, whatever it is you've done. You want to get through that door, don't you? Go ahead, try. After all, you don't even believe in magic. I look back toward the doorway, then nod. I can't stay here all night. I grasp the cloth of his cape and pull him easily across the floor behind me. Whatever's in there, he's going to meet it too. A second room, as before, then a third, and a fourth. I count footsteps. We should have been in the lecture hall by now. We should be outside the building. Be reasonable, Zard, or Mystic, whatever you call yourself. It's the 21st century. Now where are we? When you were in the 8th grade, your guidance counselor told you you were a genius, remember that? He ought not to have known that. His voice rises and falls in a seductive rhythm, the voice of a hypnotist. But I know about such tricks. So what? Well, mine did too, he says, laughing a magician's stagey laugh. And then the spell precipitates out into the warm air, a pattern of frost and mist like a huge snowflake, gradually becoming apparent, etched into the pavement. The charge in the air feels like the third act of a play, or the light on a playground a moment before sunset. The cape lies empty on the tiled floor, still tied. Never mind, teleportation isn't necessarily magic. He thinks the ordinary rules don't apply to him, but they do. They apply everywhere, even at Harvard. That's what science is. But when I step through the doorway, it's not the same building. It's not even Cambridge. This is wrong. I've seen this place before, but only from the outside. It's Mr. Mystic's house, an ordinary, square-shouldered brownstone by a back corner of Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Faded purple velvet curtains veil the dusty windows. Outside, tufts of grass grow in the neglected yard. Plastic bags have snagged on the low, wrought-iron fence facing Ocean Parkway. I'm breathing the exhausted air of the city's late summer evening. And it seems to have been abandoned years ago. From the front hall, I can see into the sitting room and the dining room, and the staircase leading up to a second floor. A feathering of dust lies on the coffee table, the Victorian ornamentation, the ashtrays. Tricks with time, I suppose. I try to remember when it was I left the submarine. But what am I afraid of? Ghosts? Witches? Ridiculous. But there is documented evidence of strange heroes who came from Europe in the war years, out of Dresden and Warsaw, things disturbed, out of their long rest. Men who could dissolve themselves, heat metal at a distance, shriek loudly enough to shatter buildings. But I'm obliged to ignore such things until they're proven true. That's science. A flicker in the dimness. He's here. Taking no chances, I pull the trigger on my plasma pistol, but the beam strikes nothing but air and glass. The mirror shatters, and I'm alone in the darkening house. Where are his teammates? That half-alien woman, that cyborg who replaced Galatea, those are people I understand. I wave my flashlight across a line of bric-a-brac, souvenirs from Europe and the Far East. Maybe he brought something back, some trick or device I've never heard of. How much space can there be back here? A stuffed tiger looms in the angle between two hallways. I watch it carefully for a minute, but it doesn't move. Sitting rooms, smoking rooms, a library, a music room. I lose count of the stairways. They go up and down in 3s and 7s according to no plan I can detect. I listen for traffic noise, but there isn't any. I stop in a paneled hallway by a bust of Schiller. I need to draw him out. I call out in the silence. Why not make this a fair fight, Mystic? Because you know you're a fake. You have to hide and play tricks. I know your secrets. I know about the 7. My voice sounds weak, lost in all this darkness. But he calls back, the voice coming from anywhere and nowhere. You think I've found something? You think the secret 7 gave me something, some device? Is that your theory? A gadget, some trick. You're not a magician, Zard. It's not possible. Relax, Doctor. Enjoy the show. Didn't you ever want to believe in magic? His voice is a perfectly refined baritone, a theatre voice. Nothing like what you'd expect from a petty crook from the suburbs. It sounds noble and a little sad. I follow it into another darkened room. I'm starting to lose focus. A drug in the air, in the candles. Am I back at Harvard now, or still under the ocean in the submarine? I grope for the submarine's steering wheel, then remember. I'm in Mr. Mystic's house. It's dark outside now. I can see in the dark, Doctor. Did you know that? No. No, I didn't, I reply under my breath. You think you have secrets from me. But I can see in your darkness, too, down below the dungeon you once built, the fire beneath the world, and the magical winter. The snake that ate your heart. Lights come up, blinding for a moment. Then I see him in front of me. I'm just in time. He's on the pocket stage of the old lecture hall, the one where Corfire was born. The lecture hall is an enormous domed room, empty for years. Breathing in the dusty air is like drinking in memories. Old-fashioned footlights illuminate him from below, and he's set up what appears to be a little magic act. A chalk line forms a circle around him, and a small folding table displays the accoutrements of a children's magic show. A hat, a deck of cards, a bird cage. And inside the cage, glowing from within, the Zeta Gem. Ladies and gentlemen, our show begins. He gestures, and a phantasmal audience begins to appear. Holograms, perhaps. I even see myself as I was in college, standing before the Zeta Beam device, waiting expectantly for my cue. almost a caricature in my glasses and lab coat. Nearby stand Erica and Jason himself, looking on just as they did in my memories. Enough. I draw my pistol and hold it on him. Give me what I came for. I gesture with the gun, advancing on him, and the phantoms vanish. Last warning. He shakes his head and covers the birdcage. I fire at him point blank, but the plasma bolt stops short in mid-air above the chalk line. Impossible. This is a magic circle. He gestures at the floor. He taps the covered cage with his stick. This is a magic wand. He whips the cover off the cage, and it's gone. In its place, a dove explodes into the air. When he turns back to me, his eyes seem enormous, black. Look deep into my eyes. I can't help myself. I do, and when he looks back, his eyes are unnervingly clear and deep. A magician's eyes should be heavy-lidded, misty and deceptive, but his eyes seem to see to the bottom of things and catch something that I missed. He laughs his hysterical, booming laugh one more time, a laugh that knows something. He gestures, his cape swirls so close to my face that I blink, and then I'm back in the old physics building, alone. I look around and step through the door again, alert for the next trick, but nothing happens. At center stage is an enormous device, like a telescope or a laser gun, mounted on a rotating platform. At one end, it bulges to contain a red sphere the size of a softball, the Zeta gem itself. My first creation and greatest mistake. Everything is as I remember it, untouched. I should have known it. Magicians are all talk. I didn't ask to have a nemesis. He chose me. Corefire was a Peterson student, too. I remember him, of course, as Jason Garner. I didn't know he was my nemesis then. He was just Jason. All-star track, basketball team, editor on the Peterson Star, class speaker his junior year. He looked almost the same then as he did in his last public appearance. He never seemed to get much older after the accident. He had started at Peterson about 6 months earlier, right at the start. The impression he made was instantaneous, a warm, genial, all-encompassing presence. Where I had to strain to be understood, his voice seemed to fill the room, audible and distinct, even at the other end of a crowded corridor. Long before he got any powers, he seemed to walk through walls. Before I ever saw a human being glow, he seemed to. At first, Peterson seemed like a new start for me, but Jason and his friends set me straight very quickly. Certain details I will pass over in silence, but most unforgivable of all, they didn't notice me. They didn't care who I was. I was nothing to them, just another target. I don't remember seeing him behave with intentional cruelty. He didn't so much participate in bullying as sanction it, skate over it. It was the norm there. He wasn't the only one. Damsel and Black Wolf were there, a few years younger than I was, faces in the hallway that I noticed and catalogued, although it never occurred to them to learn my name. Heroes even then. Oddly enough, when Jason and I were alone, I became just another buddy of his. We sat next to each other in advanced math and biochemistry, and we even exchanged an off-handed friendly word or two, as if nothing had ever happened. He had a certain rote ability in the sciences that he parlayed into a decent GPA. We endured pop quizzes and extra problem sets together. The two of us were at the top of the class, rivals, even then. "We're screwed now, huh, buddy?" he'd say. "Got that right," I'd reply in a voice I'd never heard from myself before or since, a voice I conjured suddenly for this new temporary moment of geeky camaraderie. "We're sunk." because I actually did like him a little. At least he treated me like a normal person. Of course, I knew it was cheap coin. The whole world was Jason Garner's friend. I just happened to be the part of it he was sitting near. Once or twice, maybe, I wondered whether I had a special place in his cosmos, whether he thought in his private moments, if only I knew him better. If only we were closer. But if that were true, no sign of it ever came. I studied him as I would an anomalous particle, or a stellar fluctuation. I had always taken my unpopularity as a sacrifice, the price of my intelligence, but he seemed not to have to make that bargain. There was something he knew about the world, and I tried to learn it. When he graduated, the school forgot about him. There were others to fill his place. But I never did. We met again at Harvard, and again much later on. By that time, we'd both had our accidents, and we were both wearing masks. For Jason, Harvard was a steady march along a course that seemed already to have been prepared for him. He moved smoothly through the expected programs and girlfriends and collegiate chums toward a waiting career. But for me, it was a slow, inexorable drifting outward from any definable center. We might as well have gone to different schools. On weekends, I caught up on my extra course load in the science center. I knew all the free hours on the campus mainframe and how to sign out an oscilloscope. He knew... what? Parties and cheerleaders, I suppose? He cut a figure straight out of an admissions brochure. Jason enrolled in physics, and at the beginning of each term I cringed to find his blue-eyed, smiling face waiting in the seminar room, my fair-haired double. We still competed for the top of the class, he with his plodding intellect, and I with my eccentric brilliance, sudden leaps and bursts of calculation that carried me alone into unknown planes of speculation. We paced each other. The oaf didn't have the sense to give up, or even comprehend how far behind he was. I might have stood it from a peer, or a new acquaintance, but I despised the idea of sharing my new life with someone from Peterson, the place that knew me as the lunchroom pratfaller. He would nod to me if we passed each other on the quad, recognition of a shared history. There was still that bond that, perhaps I should admit, I myself was unwilling to sever. Maybe because he had treated me as a friend, however briefly, as a member of that other world I had never known entrance to. Maybe he was still the standard for me, the one person I had to prove myself to. Maybe I knew even then that I would never have humbled the world until I had humbled him. Jason's accident happened in our junior year. I wish to be clear. The Zeta Beam was indeed of my own conception, and I can document that, whatever Professor Burke says. I ran the simulations myself on campus mainframes late on Friday and Saturday nights, when everyone else was out drinking, laughing, and who knows what else. At first, I thought it was only a previously undetectable form of radiation. It would be years before I understood that it was a dimension, a literal space you could go to. But I had found a primitive way to channel that energy and project it. At stake was the Whittier Feingold Prize for Undergraduate Science and an interview with Erica Lowenstein, raven-haired reporter for the Harvard Crimson. Of course, I had met her by then, and my infatuation was in full flourish. He and Erica knew each other, I eventually discovered. Naturally, I suppose, they were attracted. People are. Absurdly, Jason usually took the time to try to read and even review my work. I think he raised some churlish objection about Calabi-Yau manifolds. It was one of our last conversations, and in retrospect, perhaps I should have listened. That was probably the last time when I could really have done something differently. He'd done some calculations, feeble, but he'd worked on them. I might at least have looked. But I was intent on the moment of my triumph, and there was no way I'd let him undermine me. Not when Erica was involved. This is science, not one of your rugby scrums, I snapped, the fool. The day of the demonstration arrived. The hall was packed with milling students, faculty, and the media. The New York Times sent a reporter, as did Scientific American and Nature. The Department of Defense had sent half a dozen people. Jason was there, I suppose on the strength of our old friendship, resplendent in his ROTC uniform. Years later, I found out he was a scholarship student. And Erica herself, right there in the front row, her grey eyes, only on me. Professor Burke gave a brief introduction on the theory of zeta power, while I sat at the control console in my white lab coat, playing my role of protégé to the hilt. Both of us were in the shadow of the enormous zeta apparatus. For once, I was the center of attention, and Jason sat in the audience, unrecognized. The lights dimmed. I activated the controls with a theatrical flourish, and a buzz arose in the hall as the three-spoked zeta attractor began to move. I wish to make it clear that, positioned as I was to monitor the machinery, my back was to the crowd. I couldn't possibly have prevented the accident. If the shielding proved inadequate, if Erica wandered into the path of the zeta particles, if human lives were at stake, I had no way of knowing. And if Jason hadn't been there, I'm sure someone else would have stepped in to save her. He just happened to be standing there, right in position to play the hero and push her out of the way. The zeta beam caught him full in the chest, and he was silhouetted in a shimmering golden haze of particles, penetrating his body, infusing him with the limitless power of zeta energy. They made a big deal of it, but really, it could have been anybody laying down his life like that, me, Professor Burke, anybody. And then someone else would have gained the power of core fire. Someone else would have won her heart forever. I have never asked him what it felt like, that thunder crash moment when the zeta energy entered his body. The last thing I remember is Erica lying in his arms, their faces close together, tinted red in the glowing light of my parallel dimension. It was the last time I saw Jason as Jason. He had been young and likable. Now he could fly and lift a bus. His strength was matchless. He had bland, predictable good looks and a bland, predictable mind. He was the perfect superhero. He even had heat vision. It was a short trip from Harvard to international stardom, propelled by forces I alone could have summoned. And I, the one who made him what he was, his buddy, arguably, yes, his pal from way back, I was a footnote to the legend, the goofy lab assistant who happened to be at the controls. At best, the zeta beam guy. Imagine my surprise when a few years later, Corefire turned up on my doorstep. No one knew my identity as Dr. Impossible, so far as I knew. There was no one who knew of the link between us. He looked different, but also the same. The accident hadn't changed him much. Even behind that stupid domino mask, there was no mistaking Jason Garner. He wore a brilliant white leotard and a gold cape. Blonde hair and square jaw. The leotard was tight, outlining every curve of a musculature I can only call perfect. He could fly. He drifted through the air like a wisp of smoke, but he was, I knew, the most solid thing to be found on this earth. "Looks like I've come to the right place," he observed to no one. He walked through the grand entrance hall as if he owned it, footsteps echoing off the marble. He cocked an insouciant eye at the enormous Art Deco statuary, myself triumphant, one foot resting atop a submissive globe. Yes, I'd had plans, dreams, just like anyone else. It was the first time my mind had run absolutely wild. Everything I had ever scribbled in my old notebooks had sprung to malevolent life. In the lower caverns, I had found DNA traces of unprecedented antiquity. I was shattering paradigms monthly. My robots were getting better, and in the basement labs there were hints of greater things, other dimensions, interstellar travel. Thoughts so brilliant, it was criminal just to think them. I was a supervillain, a super genius, and I couldn't see anyone stopping me. I was going to be another Alexander the Great, Fu Manchu, Professor Moriarty, all rolled into one. I issued my very first global threat, demanding obeisance. And in response, core fire arrived. There I was, in my control room, a glass and steel wonder built into a cliffside, overlooking a snowy Arctic landscape. I built it myself. I had given some little thought to defense. I knew sooner or later the authorities would get tired of just fighting me off and would come looking for me. I'd be ready. But no one told me it was going to be like this. Bullets bounced off of him. He walked over trapdoors like solid steel floors. Robots shattered themselves on him. He punched through doors, melted walls with his eyes. His body absorbed radiation like a black hole, or reflected it. If anything, he seemed to get stronger as he went on. It was a blowout. Did he know who I was? By the time he tore the doors off of my control room, I already had my mask and helmet on. There was no way he could have recognized me. My costume then was a powder blue one with red trim, red utility belt, red helmet, red fins on the forearms, and a long red cloak. On the chest, my old symbol, the imperial crest I had imagined for myself, a red planet ringed with gold. For an instant, there was something mortifying about his presence there, an uninvited guest in the room where I ate my lunches and dinners alone. But when our eyes met, a moment confirmed what I had thought. He didn't know me. "Stand back, villain!" That close, his physical presence was even more impressive. The Zeta beam had done its work. My powers are good, but they aren't my primary asset. Core Fire was an M-class being, and I'd never seen that before. Up close, he was unearthly, crystalline power in the depths of those eyes, waiting to explode outward, a smell in the air, ozone, a storm coming. The truth is, my plans for this stage were a bit sketchy. I hadn't figured on anybody getting that far, and, well, I did think the freeze ray was basically infallible. I never worked out a coherent vision for what would happen at this moment. Always so busy, just like I never got around to finishing that throne. 3 basic contingencies for this scenario. Unfortunately, he'd already walked through the first of them, the electrocution field. In essence, a superhero bug zapper without noticing it. My finger hovered over the button that would turn my command console into a rocket-propelled escape pod. In just about 15 seconds, I could be a dot on the horizon, on my way to a cover identity in the Azores. But no, I thought, let's try this. I've got powers of my own. How bad could it be? "Your reign of terror is over, Dr. Impossible. You're coming with me." It hadn't been that much of a reign, actually. Maybe more of a stewardship. The Impossiblaster was my last chance. It was the nastiest thing I could build that still fit in one hand. Absolute small-arms hellfire. I held it on him for about 5 seconds as he walked toward me, the flames washing over him. And he didn't flinch. I could feel the reflected heat of it. "Nice try, Impossible." Jesus. I waited until the overhead light came on, then threw it at him. And then there was nothing to do but to put up my fists, which looked about 1/3 the size of his. I have long fingers, meant for control knobs and test tubes, not striking things. I'm a scientist, I think I should remind you. But I had decided not to go quietly. I would see this through. "Take that!" At least it didn't take long. We faced off a moment in silence, and then he reached for me. He put his hands on me, a scientist. I recall there was a brief pursuit around the command console. I may have flailed at him once or twice. My hands certainly hurt enough later. I managed to inform him, before passing out entirely, that he hadn't heard the last of Dr. Impossible. I came to in the air, dangling by my cape, as he flew me back to the authorities. Hanging limp, face averted, I pretended to be unconscious the whole 5 hours until we arrived in Ottawa. And I kept the mask on. The trial was mercifully brief. Bank robbery, racketeering, blackmail, countless zoning and regulatory violations. But they didn't discover my original name. My fingerprints are long gone, and even dental records can be faked. I didn't stay inside long. They weren't prepared for me, that time. After that first outing, the game was afoot. The next time we met, he and I were old enemies, nemeses. The thing of it is, I actually liked Erica, even afterward. Even after the headline, "Hero Thwarts Would-Be World Conqueror," appeared over her byline. She was a sharp writer, although her book of short stories never got much attention. I didn't see her much after that. She was swept away into the bright lights of the superhero world and the society pages. But I followed her work later on, when it appeared in the Sun. All her champion stories, good work. She even broke the news of Lily's origin. And, yes, I took her hostage a few times, just in the early days, to draw Corefire out. It never failed to get him moving. I would snatch her off the street and roar off in a supersonic aircraft of my own design, then tie her to the columns in my laboratory as the doomsday machine powered up. And if my eyes behind the mask seemed to gleam with a special, yearning intensity, waiting for her to look, to recognize me, I don't think she took any notice. Something about my approach just failed to attract her attention. In later years, true, we drifted apart. You can't just take the same hostage every time. Not that my dating techniques grew any more sophisticated in the meantime. She must still be out there somewhere. I'm still waiting for that interview. The Zeta gem lies cool in my hand, the last piece of the puzzle. It looks like glass, or a ruby, but I know how to build a machine that will tap its energy, enough to move the planet. I shake my head, still fuzzy from Mr. Mystic's routine, but it clears as I walk unseen back through the yard and through the side streets down to the Charles River. In 3 days, I'm going to conquer the world, but I've lost my chance at him. Corefire will go down in history as the man I couldn't beat. It's hard not to feel a little sorry. Perhaps it's only professional pride. I made him, after all, and I like my creations to last. And we did have a score to settle, he and I. The world thought it began in Nova Scotia, but it had a deeper subterranean history, stretching so much further back. It's even possible that he knew it, too. What if we were both pretending up in Nova Scotia, and then forever afterward? And if so, what would have been his reason? We'll never know. I was going to beat him, and on the day I beat him, I was going to take that mask off and stare into his face, and let him know that it was me all along. The whole world would have known Dr. Impossible beat Corefire, but most of all, Jason Garner would have known that I beat him. To a pulp. But now, he never will.
Chapter 16. Secret Origins. I knew this would happen, that this would end in some awful screw-up, and that would be it for me and the champions. New champions. Whatever. I knew 100 fancy uniforms wouldn't make up the difference between them and me. I wonder if Dr. Impossible's island is where I should be now. Maybe he'd even take me as a henchman. Maybe Lily can tell me. Damsel must know something's going on. Black Wolf's acting normal, just ignoring me, but I blush every time he walks into the room. You'd think being part machine would have some advantage in that area. Maybe if I really were a robot. Thank God Elfin manages to ignore it, or more likely is blissfully oblivious to anything unrelated to her weird fantasy life. To make matters worse, Dr. Impossible is nowhere to be found. Every day we don't find him is another day for him to figure out how to beat us. Every day we expect to hear him announce that our pitiful world is doomed, that the earth will soon be his. He is doing something diabolical somewhere, that much is certain. I wonder what it will be like to meet him. The hunt for magical devices is in full swing, and the idea is to split into sub-teams, which comes as something of a relief. Black Wolf is in Los Angeles, Peril is handling Prague, and Stormcloud has come out of retirement to sit up at the Phantom Satellite. Lily's seeing a villain friend, but no one's thinking about those possibilities. They're thinking about the Scepter of Elfland, a piece of fairy tale logic escaped into our world. Damsel will go all the way to Angkor Wat this afternoon, but before she leaves, she gives me the mission. She is back in full Ice Queen persona for the briefing in the crisis room. She hands me a stack of printout. She knows. She must. I want you to search out every one of these magical artifacts, confirm they're in place and not tampered with, and warn the owners that Dr. Impossible is on the prowl for a power source. Can you do that? I nod, not really trusting myself to say anything, or even look her in the eye. Good. I'm sending Elfin along to look after you. You can have the champ jet if you want. Great. I don't ask where Mr. Mystic is. Apparently no one's ever supposed to ask what he's doing. I just hope there's somebody I can beat up at the end of this trip. There's no further comment. The Scepter of Elfland has been placed, diplomatically, at the close of my list, without comment, and I wonder about that. Am I being sent to face our worst foe? Maybe. But it's like a secret between Damsel and me. I'm going to meet the woman who raised her, after her mother left, and that's an odd little intimacy, especially in light of recent events. For the millionth time, I wish I understood how super teams work, what the dynamic here is supposed to be. Am I supposed to end up fighting Damsel? Am I already? And who's winning? The rest of the list turns out to be people on the magical fringe of superherodom, most of them in Manhattan itself and the outer boroughs. Apparently magical superheroes don't quite do it the way the rest of us do, and we get a tour of the least likely places you could think of to find a superhero. In fact, I have only Damsel's word for it that the whole thing isn't a joke or a hazing ritual. We interview a psychic healer in an inappropriately slinky dress, and in a corporate boardroom, a voice speaks out of a brazen mask. We meet an improbably muscled man wearing a bright red outfit, living in a garret, and a private investigator with hooves. All shake their heads. No sign of Dr. Impossible. In Newark, I visit an actual magic shop, a dusty antique store that looks like an empty storefront from the outside. Inside it's bigger and full of old clocks, tapestries, mannequins and dressmakers' dummies, gowns and tuxedos and a ceremonial saber that might have been swung in the Crimean War. An old man comes out from behind a curtain in the back, just a piece of patterned fabric tacked across a doorframe. I get the sense that it would be a very bad idea to make a deal with him. I flash my ID and back out once he tells me everything is okay. Regina herself turns out to live in Phoenix. It makes sense now that Damsel would choose someone else for this, but I can't tell if sending me is punishment or a sign that she's beginning to trust me. I have to admit I'm curious. Damsel's family life has long been a subject of speculation. I make the call to Phoenix myself to tell her we're coming. Her real name has always been a big secret, but this late in the game, they're letting me in on some of the classified files that go all the way back to the Super Squadron. She called herself Regina, and she fought crime until the early 1970s. She was the first of the Super Squadron to retire. a tall, dark woman with a commanding eye. She wore a crown and robes that gave her strength, and fought with a mystic scepter that cast a ruby ray that had power over evil minds, and could perform other feats as well, or so she claimed. She also claimed to be the surviving member of a band of children that had acquired monarchical power in the feudal government of a pseudo-medieval civilization of a dimension populated by humans, elves, and talking animals. The difficulty arose because this was, in fact, the plot of a popular series of children's books called 4 Children in Elfland. It was as if she expected to be taken seriously as law enforcement on the strength of an acquaintance with Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin. She wouldn't be the first major hero to succumb to mental instability later in life. Not long after the champions formed, she retired into her secret identity, which she had gone to great lengths to protect. Then, she just disappeared from sight, as superheroes do, except for a controversial interview conducted in great secrecy and later published in the New Yorker. The Scepter of Elfland is still on the books, a Class A magical artifact. I park the rental car in front of the house, which is in a quiet suburb of Phoenix. Elfin's been chattering aimlessly since we flew in about Titania and fights she's been in, and the weather here and about different kinds of trees, which she seems to pay a lot of attention to. Our training duel on the first day is a forgotten thing for her. It's the middle of the afternoon, and the lengthening shadows are just beginning to cross the roads. A couple of newspapers are lying around on the front lawn, but Regina said she'd be home, and there's a car in the driveway. Elfin looks around, puzzled. Is she not a queen? I do not see her attendants. I was afraid of this. I was thinking you could wait in the car to, keep watch. As a social being, Elfin is perfectly pleasant, but only as long as you're not invested in the conversation going in a particular direction for very long. I leave her there humming to herself, her spear leaning awkwardly into the back seat. She's got a communicator, so she'll listen in and beat me if there's a problem. My weight snaps a flagstone going up the front walk. It's like visiting the school bully's mother. I'm going to sit down with the woman who raised Damsel, the most famous female hero in the world. With Corefire gone, the leader of the champions may be the biggest hero in the world, no exceptions. I wonder again why it's me. I guess because I never worked with her before. I think about Paragon going bad, how they found him. What am I going to find here? I scan the house with every faculty I have available, one human female inside, flat normal to anything I can pick up. Elfin's a tower of anomalous emanations by comparison. Still, I brace myself for anything. I press the doorbell, and she answers. She looks older out of costume, softer, a princess grown fleshy and middle-aged. Is this really who Damsel was so afraid of? I used to be a fan of the Elfland series myself, and maybe I was thinking she'd look more like the girl they cast for the movies. There's a photograph that circulates on the internet, supposedly from the earliest case files, of 4 children wrapped in shiny foil emergency blankets, grinning like maniacs. She might have been one of them grown up, black hair and pale skin, but much older. Her real name is Linda. I step inside. Meeting the champions was one thing, but the members of the super squadron are a step beyond, something closer to myth, their origins in the stars or among the gods. I can't believe I'm being hosted by one of them. But her living room looks like any middle-class suburban housewife's, and I'm surprised to find myself looking down at her. She looks twice at my face, the metal hand I extend to grasp hers, but she remembers me from the briefing the other day. She lights a cigarette without asking. "Can I offer you anything? Cocktail?" she says. No thanks, ma'am. My metal half doesn't like it." "Damsel must have sent you. You're Fatale, the cyborg." "That's right. I actually wasn't sure she'd remember me from her visit." "We didn't used to have them, you know." The conversation grinds to a halt there. Maybe I should have brought Elfin along after all. I take a breath and get to the point. "We need to know, well, About the scepter of Elfland, whether anything's, happened with it lately. Then you don't know? She asks. I sit forward. Maybe I've got something here after all. Why don't you tell me? I guess since I'm no longer part of their little fantasy club, it's all right for me to talk about it. It's not as if anyone ever believed us anyway. She takes another drag from the cigarette. I've spent enough time around superheroes to recognize the look on her face. She's going to tell me her origin. It's hard to remember details now. I've had to tell the story so many times now. What I remember is a blur of therapy rooms, my years in costume, and then maybe, way at the back, what I remember may not be anything more than a glimpse of light shining in a dark forest. It's been 34 years since then, most of it in offices, entering sales data into computers. That's what I do for a living now. My secret identity. She tells me the story of her journey into that other world, the story from the children's book, how she'd stumbled into the other world one morning with her brothers and sister and had adventures uncounted in a magic land beyond imagining. We came to what thousands of people have searched for since, a standing stone, 5 feet high, marking a path we hadn't seen before. It had writing on it, a message we didn't bother to read, and maybe it was important, but it's lost forever now. We turned down the path without much comment, expecting any moment to come out in someone's backyard and turn around. We walked for 10 minutes, and there was at some point a change that afterward we all remembered differently. To me, it was a shift in the quality of the light, but nothing I've ever been able to describe. And the forest grew darker and then lighter as we walked, and then we met the first of the fairies, standing there real as a policeman. And then one day they stumbled back. She gets up and paces the living room as she speaks, mixes herself a drink, something strong-looking. She gestures a lot when she talks, and she doesn't really look at me. I'm not saying it was a game, and I'm not saying it wasn't a game. All anyone knows for sure is that we were gone for 11 days, long enough for the search to become national news. No one has completely explained where we were, or how at the end of it we showed up again in that field after volunteers had searched every square foot of it, in the midst of all those dogs and reporters and emergency personnel, dressed the way we were, and obviously happier than we had ever been in our lives. We certainly weren't 12 years older than when we had left, although a moment before it had seemed that way. It was raining the day we came back. We had set out riding that spring morning, the 4 of us, to look at what the flooding had done. The footing grew uncertain, and we tied the horses and walked ahead. We began to hear faint helicopters and engine noise, and the whiff of exhaust, and I think we all realized what was happening at roughly the same time. It was exactly like waking up out of a dream, and the exact moment when you realize you're waking up is the moment after which you can't possibly get back to sleep. And then the noise broke on us all at once, and through the trees we could see the bright colors of tents and windbreakers. One of the rescue workers saw us and yelled, and then people were running toward us with blankets. I remember 2 things most vividly. One was the recognition on Sean the High King's face. I think he may have known first, having lived the longest time at home. The other was Wendy, who in the moments before they reached us tore off the amulet she had won from the White Queen, snapping the chain, and threw it as hard as she could back into the trees. We never found it, or Sean's hammer. Nothing except the clothes we wore and my scepter. Sean always claimed the rescue workers took them, but they would never admit it. I still thought we were going to give brief explanations and goodbyes, and set off back to the kingdom. It never occurred to me or any of us until later that something so real and concrete could vanish forever into a group of trees so thin you could see the back of a house behind them. Years of therapy followed, and explanations piled on explanations for what had happened to them. Hidden caves, a drop in the water table, drugs. There are still things that need explaining. The clothes we were wearing, the sounds that were heard in the woods that first night we were back. Wendy had a whole new way of speaking, and she looked straight at you instead of ducking her head, and I had the long scar on my inside right forearm, which my mother claims was already there, but I will never believe it, ever, until the day I die. People couldn't resist the charm of the whole idea, and it snowballed once that clinician went on NPR. Then there was 4 Children in Elfland, the case study that became the children's book, and those sequels that the other guy wrote. And then we were on T-shirts. I changed my name when I turned 18, and again at 23. People dressed up as us and ran websites and held conventions. They all hate me now, too. I'm sorry, but I'm a little tired of defending myself. We did try to go back, you know. The first time was only a week afterward, and on the 1-year anniversary, we spent a whole day there, combing the wet grass for any sign of the marker stone. I must have gone back a dozen times alone or with David, whenever we were feeling especially depressed or bored or felt like cutting school. I know Sean camped out there for 2 weeks one summer, but time runs much faster in Elfland, and it must have run a long time there by now. I can see the last cocktail taking effect, and she keeps going, gesturing a little more broadly. The eldest had been a king or emperor of something, and he tried to take control of the group. They fought endlessly. Not all of them even agreed on what had happened, or if anything had happened at all. There was a lot of talk about the gifts they'd received, and whether Linda had stolen one of them. In the end, they vanished together, leaving Linda under a somewhat farcical decree of exile. And what could she do then? Linda re-emerged in her public persona as Regina, Queen, Crusader of Elfland, one of the first and most successful female superheroes. She'd married Stormcloud after Damsel's mother left, and retired from active life. I wouldn't even be in therapy if I could just forget about these things. The court dances, men and women crossing the pink and white tile of the ballroom on autumn nights, going out onto the terrace to cool off, the night air icy on my face, and looking up at the moon to wonder if the earth were real at all. Stopping one morning for an hour by a wooden bridge while David and Sean argued over whether we had lost the way. Wendy and I sat and played a game with a pattern in the carvings on the wooden railing. I would know it if I saw it tomorrow. I could draw it now. Believe me. But the staff, I ask. I can't resist. The scepter, I mean. It works, doesn't it? I mean, that's proof that you went. Agatha's wand. Sometimes I don't even know if I saw it in Elfland, or if it's something from a game we played afterward, or a dream. Here, I'll show it to you. I keep it with the costume. She disappears, then comes back with a small wooden case, maybe 20 inches long. It was weakening on my last adventure. It had become something else, just a stick. Or maybe that's what it always was. The ruby doesn't even look like a ruby anymore. Just colored glass. Maybe it's the curse, or maybe it's Sean's fault. Maybe his silly decree actually did something. Dr. Impossible won't be coming here if he knows what he's doing. Tell Damsel I'm sorry. Out of its case, it looks like a stage prop, and I wonder if it ever was magical. It must have been, I guess. I'm out of my depth here. I thought the Super Squadron was the one thing you could trust, the real heroes, if there are any. Now it's just us. I wonder how long Damsel has known that. I thank her and walk quietly down the walk. It's dark as I leave. As I start the engine, I see her on the front step looking down at us, peering to see Elfin through the tinted windows. I press down on the accelerator and we pull hastily away before I even notice that Elfin is weeping, tears pouring unheeded down her face. I manage to pretend not to notice as I drive us back to the airport, and the waiting champ jet takes us to our next mission. Black Wolf's scheme isn't working. It's 6:14 a.m. by that ever-blinking clock, and none of us has slept all night. I sag in my harness, tired of clinging to the museum roof. The Night Star sits untouched in its leaded glass display case at the Institute for Advanced Thought. Dr. Impossible didn't come. No one is coming, and Black Wolf has managed to direct the whole operation without speaking to me once. Disgusted, Black Wolf tears off his hat and tosses it in the trash, walking away from his role as a fake security guard in a lifelike rubber mask. In a few minutes, the regular staff will get here, and we'd rather be gone. The rest of us are concealed around the chamber. Lily, cast as a fake statue, lowers her arms with a loud sigh and follows him, brushing plaster dust from her face and hands. The rest of us keep to our places and watch them go, sensing a showdown. Sure enough, their conversation gets louder and louder until we can hear Blackwolf from the lobby. "Wait, you say you saw him?" "I'm sorry I told you any of this. What did you want me to do?" says Lily. "He is a wanted criminal. This is exactly the reason your membership is probationary." "He wasn't doing anything." I look at Damsel, still in her own place as a carved Madonna. Elfin, probably the only convincing-looking art object among us, is still posed by the door, watching curiously. "Except gloating, except laughing in our faces," responds Blackwolf. "We just talked for a second. It doesn't always have to be a super fight." "He would have surrendered." "With Phenom there and Salvo, it would have been murder." "Corefire was murdered. He could be coming for you next. Did you ever think of that?" "You don't know any of this for sure. Dr. Impossible was in jail." "But you weren't, were you? Where were you before Corefire disappeared anyway?" "For the millionth time, I had nothing to do with it." "This would all be easier if we could establish—" "Bullshit! I know who Corefire was looking for, and it wasn't Dr. Impossible, I'll tell you that much." "He escaped right after Corefire disappeared. He hates Corefire, we know that. And now he's trying to take over the world. Just what is missing for you?" "You ever think about what you look like to us? You're just a gang of high-tech thugs and bullies and weirdos." Blackwolf, for once, is silent. "Just don't follow me." I can tell from her voice that she's already walking away, heels clicking on the polished floor. Blackwolf comes back, a uniformed silhouette against the arched doorway. "I told you she was a mistake." Damsel, Lily's plaster double, looks after her thoughtfully. I wonder whose. Lily is gone when we get home. She must have visited the tower on her way back. She took off her transponder and left it in her room. I find it sitting on what was Corefire's old bed. I guess I thought we were going to be friends, and now I don't know what we are. Do we have to fight now? Has she gone back to Dr. Impossible? She could have been tipping Dr. Impossible off for weeks, I guess. That's what Blackwolf thinks. But then how did we surprise him at the funeral? I can't really believe it. I go back to the computer, hoping for some detail here that I missed before. If Corefire wasn't looking for Dr. Impossible, then who? His old girlfriend, maybe? I'm browsing through early file photos when I see the thing I shouldn't see. Corefire's only a year or so out of college, at a black tie fundraising dinner. He's wearing his costume, a little incongruous looking, but it's the woman next to him I notice, a raven-haired woman in glasses, smiling and directing a sly-seeming remark to the hero over an expensive-looking steak as he grins into the camera. She's smartly dressed and wearing glasses, but even under the makeup, I recognize her, solidly visible, and a good 7 years before she arrived from the future and committed her first crime. Lily. My communicator beeps and Damsel cuts in. "It's happening. Turn on NPR." I do, and immediately I hear Dr. Impossible's voice. He's surfaced at last to make a public statement, and they're rebroadcasting it all over the country, probably the world. It begins with, "Greetings, insects," and goes on from there, and I don't listen to the whole thing. Not exactly a prose masterpiece, but the message is clear. He's found whatever it was he needed to find, and he's going to be taking over the world soon. Surrender or be destroyed. I guess he didn't need the Night Star after all. The tower hums with tension. I can hear the jump jet revving its engines over my head. I don't exactly know what I should do to prepare, but I run all the diagnostics they told me about. Everyone's calling for the champions to save them, and it's giving me a funny feeling in what's left of my guts. He's been a step ahead of us the whole time. I bet he planned this entire thing. I haven't had time to think very much about what this means for me. I wasn't joking with Blackwolf. I really could be a spy, or a traitor, or a bomb, and I might not know it. I wonder if this makes Dr. Impossible my nemesis, and what exactly I should do about it. Maybe Dr. Impossible will know. He's had nemeses before. In fact, he should be in the market for a new one right about now. I wonder if he'll know who I am, and whether we met before the operation, if we talked at all. I'll have to ask him about it if I get the chance. He may be the last man in the world who can tell me who I am. This could really turn into something. It makes me feel better, having my own reasons for being on the island. I picture our big showdown, brain against brawn, with the rest of the new champions looking on in awe. So when he's at my mercy, I can demand things, tell him things, make him explain. I should probably start thinking of a speech just in case. It's hard to sleep. Tomorrow he's going to tell me a story.
Part 3. Chapter 17. Join me, and we cannot be defeated. 2 days now. 2 days before the world falls beneath the heel of my red patent leather boot. The new champions know it, and I know it. The game, as they say, is afoot, and I must return to my island, or what's left of it. 40,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, a red and gold flyer sails silent and radar invisible. The sun is setting beneath a perfect sea of clouds. Alone, in the cockpit, I can take a minute to watch my island come into view. Below, invisible, a homing beacon wakes to guide me in, spiraling down into the dusk. My flyer comes to rest in the ruined courtyard, and I step out, smelling the familiar smells of jungle and burned oil. This was my home. Looking around at the devastation, I can still feel the aches of when they brought me in last, 2 years ago. The last battle was a messy one, but even so, I can tell they've been back here. The footprints make it plain. Black Wolf's athletic step, like a dancer's next to that cyborg's metal tread. One of mine, I know, a rather promising idea, but one of the software people I hired ratted me out. I got her out of the hospital anyway. You'd think she'd go easy on me. And Lily's been here with them, picking through my things with the rest of the heroes. I wonder if she thought about the last time she'd been here, when I flew her in after her Paris fight, and watched the coverage on CNN. I wonder if she showed them my control room, my secrets. And I wonder where she is now. Sighing, I begin checking over systems. There's a little power left in the reserve generators. The front entrance opens to my touch, and I step into the entrance hall. There's a musty smell. A lot of water got in during the rainy season, but it's still impressive, if only the scale of it. This was the one I built first, and the one I came back to. Before the space station, before the blimp, before anything, I was younger and hungry for recognition, with just a handful of minions and my first $1 billion in a Swiss account. We set down by helicopter, flattening the wet grass. As the rotors spun down, I stepped out into the warm, moist air, dressed in full regalia, cape and helmet. A group of young technicians scrambled out afterward, toppling crates of equipment out onto the forest floor. At the first encampment, robots began digging out the foundations of my fortress, the centerpiece of my great empire of crime. The first holes we dug filled with water, and the jungle got in everywhere it could, but slowly. The towers rose, far from the shipping lanes, in a tiny footprint where the satellites never crossed overhead. Tropical birds circled among the girders. Walking there now, under the shattered ceiling, the moment comes flooding back, all the romance of one's first truly historic crime. One never forgets it. The centrifuges whirled day and night, performing the slow alchemy of genetic modification, the sharp tang of preservative chemicals, the coolness and hush of the sterile chamber, the daily ritual of decontamination. Keyboards clattering in the early mornings, test after test, ranks of green CRT screens displaying collated data. The laboratory never ceased to be a place of mystery for me, science blurred into religion, into necromancy. I worked long into the night, feeling at times as if the whole of the earth had fallen away outside, leaving only the darkness, the work, the endless questing into the past. Then the first stirrings of life. They beat me that time, too. But I came back. The doomsday device is spread out on the laboratory floor, 10,000 square feet of world-threatening ingenuity. It isn't my largest outing, unless you include the moon, but surely my grandest, especially if you include the moon. Dollface's work is at the heart of it. The little fat man shines his gravity ray, only barely strong enough to pin a G-man to the floor, or loft a few bars of gold out of a vault. But Laserator's lens catches, magnifies, and focuses it upward, 240,000 miles upward. The bulkiest part of the apparatus is the power source, a new version of my old Zeta generator. I lack Dollface's gift for concision, but I feel I give things my own flair, arching buttresses, arcing bolts of electricity, tubes and flashing lights. It doesn't have to look like that, but it works and I like it. At least you can see what everything does. The moon is full tonight, very full, and the tides are unusually strong. As the moon grows heavier, it distorts the Earth's orbit ever so gently. This is where the math comes in, the equations barren ether worked out decades ago to prevent the stress from tearing the planet apart, or any similar nonsense. The net result is that I control the motion of this planet everyone is standing on, placing me pretty squarely in what used to be called the catbird seat. As has been shown, C.F. Kleinfeld, 1928, tiny adjustments in the Earth's position in the solar system can have far-reaching climatic effects. It won't take long for Earth's leaders to get the message. It's Kleinfeld's math, but it took Dr. Impossible to put into practice. Dr. and soon-to-be Emperor, I should say. But, and I stress this, it's not enough. You can be as smart as you want to be, and you can be the smartest man in the world, but if you try something like this, a Special Forces reject is still going to rappel over the wall and punch you in the stomach. And then you're going to be the smartest man on the floor, sucking wind. You need to prepare for this stage. I know that now. Hence my return to barren ether's humble home.
Yes, I made her. Didn't you ever suspect?
He's lost in the past, making some point I can't follow. Baron. I try to interrupt, but barren ether's mind wanders as he potters around in the dark corners of his study in the old dark house in New Haven. I try not to fidget. The top of my helmet nearly grazes an enormous mobile depicting an antiquated conception of our solar system. A reminder that the planets are still moving, and time is running out on my plan.
She was my finest creation. Those emerald eyes. Oh, the methods are lost now. You can't get pure ingredients anymore. She was built to explode, you know. Just not on Titan.
Baron, you know what happens now. There's going to be a fight, and I need protection. I need power.
Powers? Of course you would. A bit late now to fall into a vat, you know. Something nicely irradiated.
Yes, a bit. I try not to snap at the Baron, but I'm feeling inexplicably tense.
There was a magic ring somewhere, don't you know? Prophecy, if I can just think of it. I'm sure I can find the reference.
He makes a shuffling motion in the direction of one of the bookshelves, but I cut him off. God damn it, Baron! He freezes. No one talks to Baron Ether like this, I guess, especially not pissant upstarts who weren't even alive for the bulk of his career, who'd never known the days before the Super Squadron. Outside, I can hear children yelling and playing kickball out in the street. We're better than this. In 2 days, the champions are going to show up and smash everything I've built, my priceless scientific inventions, just like they've done to you. How many times is it going to happen? How long are we going to be under their thumbs? I wait for him to reach for his cane, to press the ruby stud or the diamond, but instead, he answers me.
Yes, of course. Living like this, one forgets.
The Baron's accent is unplaceable, not quite Germanic, somewhere in the Balkans perhaps. His eyes are lost in the darkness, in the unfathomable past.
I had my reasons once too, you know. They cast me out. All because of my work. The galvanic principle. But I returned.
His right hand, the insect one, clenches.
I showed them their master.
For an instant, I can see the anger that once cowed the world, and it's frightening, even to me. Wherever Baron Ether came from, it was probably a lot worse than the suburban Midwest. He falls silent again. Baron, I venture, is there anything else? Something you've got left over? Even a death ray would help. He seems to emerge from his reverie.
Yes. A letter came for you.
What do you mean? He wheels himself over to where I'm standing and closes the window.
It was on the table one morning. I don't know how you people keep getting in. I think the mechanist must be a bit out of date.
He shows me the envelope. The outside simply reads, Dr. Impossible. I hesitate, but the Baron has already opened it. Inside, there is simply a card with a precise latitude and longitude and a name, Nelson Gerard. A sudden hope. Maybe the Pharaoh is coming out of retirement. Maybe he heard I'm back in the game and wants in on the action. He might be useful in the crunch, properly directed. Dr. Impossible and the Pharaoh together again. Back to back in the arena, we'd be a force to be reckoned with. I'm surprised at how much I've missed him. Maybe I'll give him Egypt once we've conquered the world. It would be good to have company for a change. But it isn't his handwriting. Underneath the numbers is written another message. Good luck. Best. L. Dr. Impossible and the Pharaoh, together again, in an arena fight to beat the world. Could it happen? I never managed to piece together all the rest of the Pharaoh's story. Corfire's search records helped, and Baron Ether filled in the rest. Ambling down through Mexico, he'd fetched up at a surf shack in Costa Rica. An invulnerable man can afford to take his time sleeping rough and hitchhiking. When the Pharaoh went missing, no one came looking for him. The Pharaoh's return? The revenge of the Pharaoh? No one cared. No one gave a damn. The coordinates in the note are precise, but once I get close, it's obvious where he died. Even from 1,000 feet up, the sea is frozen solid out to 100 yards from shore, spreading out from a cave in a cliff face. I still don't understand it. Super fights rarely go to the death, very rarely. Even Peril holds to that line. This one had, and unleashed something strange. As I get closer, the temperature drops. Inside the cave, it is the Arctic. When I find the Pharaoh, he is sitting on a chair of ice, his flesh blue-white. The hammer has cracked, fused. The explosion must have been lethally intense, but the air was unnaturally cold, well below freezing, chilled by the magic emanating from the weapon he still holds. Even I can smell the power in it. He used to have these cheesy sayings like, "By Ra," or "Isis preserve us," like he was really an Egyptian king who just happened to speak English. His hieroglyphics looked like they'd been copied off a cereal box or a King Tut t-shirt. And he used to sing that Steve Martin song under his breath during a fight, call out, "He's an Egyptian" at the wrong moment, and I'd crack up just when I was defusing a bomb or breaking a particularly tricky lot. And that idiotic headdress like a giant papier-mâché television antenna. It must be the hammer. Cracks show on it now. Whatever kept him alive all these years finally failed him at the critical moment. But here he sits, sole monarch of a strange and fanciful realm, enthroned at last. His flesh is ice-cold. Now I know why I'm here. The hammer is still glowing faintly. Gently, I slide it from his frozen hand. I've seen what this hammer can do, and I've got a use for it. Someone's going to pay for what happened here, oh yes. I'm starting to have a tiny suspicion who that is. I return to the island, my doomsday device complete. The heroes are on their way in a supersonic jet, and I'm staking everything on a magic hammer. The Pharaoh would have enjoyed that, but frankly, it ticks me off just a little. Professionally speaking, it's no way to work, staking one's plan on an object that occasionally whispers secrets no rational person can accept. Truthfully, it goes against everything I stand for. My world is a sphere of rock that circles an orb of nuclear fire, and science and I are setting our backs against it, and it will move. That much is clear. In my island fortress, I keep an elephant tusk, 32,000 years old, incised with a few scratches marking the phases of the moon, made by the hand of a Paleolithic supergenius, the progenitor of that universe and my distant forebear. He knew, or she, something of what I am about to do. Maybe she dreamed of it. And so, even if I'm forced to admit that science isn't all there is, I don't like it. Every couple of years another one gets unearthed, one of the old things that's come down to us out of the forgotten past, a gem, or a rod, or a magic shoe. Out of Troy, or Atlantis, or Lemuria, or the dark forest between here and grandmother's, something that doesn't play by the rules. I don't know if finding Durandal or Aladdin's lamp makes those stories true, or if the stories just attach themselves to the objects. The objects themselves get handed on so many times that they lose their significance, become just tools. Once upon a time they meant royalty, or holiness to somebody, a priest or hero of ancient times, but after all this time, they're just an old joke. But the power, that stays around. All I can conclude is that the deep past is a strange place. These things are found and lost again, and when someone finds them, their life changes forever, like the Pharaoh's did. I think again about Mr. Mystic's laugh, and what the Baron said before I left, as the shadows lengthened in his suburban kitchen, and SUVs wound home through the darkening streets. Years ago, a boy found an ancient magic hammer, and learned the word that would change him into something invincible, a king or emperor. A pharaoh. A nonsense story, a fairy tale, but now I hold it in my hands. It was dark by the time he finished. At the end, the Baron whispered the word itself in my ear. "It won't work," I said. "Maybe not, but it might do something." I put my foot on his windowsill, and he stopped me again. "Dr. Impossible!" His voice was scarcely more than a croak. "What is it?" "Do it, boy. Beat them hollow." Now the superheroes are coming over the horizon. My instruments picked them up an hour ago. Drumming my fingers on the golden railing of a balcony, the highest tower of my fortress, I watch. They're flying in a V formation, low across a tropical sea as smooth as glass. 2 hours ago, I hijacked 4 major communications satellites to issue my proclamation of universal sovereignty. In effect, I conquered the world. Wearing my old robes, sitting on a refurbished throne, it might have been the glory days. No one could see the blast marks on the wall just outside of camera range. Now I just need to make my proclamation stick. The mirror array seems to be working. The signal loss is as near zero as it's possible to be. Once I had it in my hands, it was easy to copy, but only Laserrazor's work could have reflected so truly, golden, perfect. He got a rotten deal. Overhead, the moon is full. I had to wait until it passed directly overhead. The moon itself is a kind of mirror, a very dull one. I peer into the reflector, and 2 3/5 seconds later, my image reaches the moon, enormously magnified. Then I put the laughing fat man in his place, Dollface's tiny creation. At a touch, his eyes will light up, and his chin will move up and down, and the moon will grow heavier. At my direction, the earth will be pulled gently off its course, nudged outward from the sun. The math is hard, but it's just math. Baron Ether did it years ago. As the earth grows colder, my power becomes apparent, and the nations submit. This isn't the first plan I've had, or the 10th. I would have been in Brooklyn with Lily if things had worked out, and I know how this must look, the hidden fortress, the helmet, the cape, the army of robots. I'm smart, ungodly so, to tell the truth, and the question still surfaces. When they ask me, I don't know what I'll say. What could I have been thinking? How did I end up on the side of the monsters? Camera 12 shows them touching down, damsel and elfin, descending to touch the ground as softly as angels in a Renaissance painting. The others emerge from the landing vehicle, Black Wolf performing a neat little combat role out of the cockpit. He wears a full-body stealth costume, greys and blacks, and it's like the Peterson class reunion none of us went to. I brace myself for Lily to follow him out, but she doesn't. Damsel gives them a pep talk before they split up. The parabolic microphones catch a little of it. You're all professionals. You're all heroes. I know we don't have core fire, but you know what? Dr. Impossible is just a scientist. These guys always lose it in the end. At least now I know what they think of me. Lose it in the end? Nice. At the control console, I grin at her and shake my head. He who laughs last laughs longest, and I happen to have a really good laugh. They split up to take me on, but the cameras track them. Rainbow Triumph heads off into the jungle, while Damsel and Elfin take to the air. Black Wolf skulks off through the wreckage of my airship, and Fatale heads in the other direction. Mr. Mystic walks into shadow and just fades away. Something shimmers on camera 9, then it's gone. A secret weapon? I start pressing buttons and the console lights up, flashing mostly red with spots of green. They couldn't destroy everything last time, and I've had about 48 hours to walk around making repairs, traps, robots, sensors. It won't stop all of them, but it doesn't have to. I finger the hammer, heavy and satisfying in my hand. I want to say the word and test it, but I don't know how much of its power is left. I had little time to inspect it. It's damaged, but not dead. Some of what the Pharaoh had is still in there, whether it's the power of Ra or Mickey Mouse. It used to work for him, so maybe it will work for me. It's time to go and face them. To prepare them, as we say in the trade, a proper reception. Welcome to my island, assholes.
Chapter 18. And now for those meddling children. Did we win?
My dear champions, welcome. By the time you hear this, I will have taken over the world. Please, do not be alarmed.
This is not a good sign. I hear speaker hiss, and Dr. Impossible's now familiar voice comes to us with plenty of reverb. It's a recording. My ears are ringing. I think a shrapnel fragment must have bounced off one of my cranial plates. My artificial skin has that fried feeling like after a grenade detonates nearby, but I can't remember when that was. My left knee joint is frozen. I'm leaning against a metal wall in a room somewhere, and I'm trying to put the whole situation together again, but I'm dazed, and my RAM is patchy. I'm having a cyborg moment. There's a diagnosis and repair routine that I do, which they drilled me on every day during rehabilitation. I'm not a technician. There's no way I'm going to understand my body, so they gave me a long checklist. It starts with the head. The hard drives check themselves. I just have to check the tubing and the cameras and whatnot, which means getting inside. On reflex, I turn to the wall to hide how the faceplate swings out, and you can see how deeply the metal impinges into my skull. There's a cavity where the fan is, the size of a golf ball, and you don't want to think about what came out to make room for it.
Yeah, lucky he was totally unprepared.
Rainbow's voice. Is Fatale awake yet? Black Wolf's.
Still booting up.
Rainbow again, dull-voiced. I heard that, I say. What happened? I must be the last one to wake up. 7 separate cells ringing the perimeter of a circular room cut into the rock. About 15 feet of rock separates each cell. The last one, intended for Lily, presumably, is empty. At least we can see one another. There's a public address system, over which Dr. Impossible is making an interminable victory speech. It's too far away to smash. Each of our cells is different. Mine is fenced in front with ordinary bars, but when I walk up to touch them, there's something, a lock in my software, that stops me. My arms and legs seize up. There's a queasy moment when I seem to be trying to step out of my own armor, and I nearly fall before the gyros right me. I couldn't walk through it if my life depended on it, which, ironically it does.
I congratulate you on your usual fine showing. However, as you must by now have realized, none can defeat the might of Dr. Impossible. By means of a scheme so brilliant only I could have devised it, I have taken control of our planet's orbit.
Has anybody got their communicator still?
Rainbow's voice again. Silence as everybody checks.
Jesus.
It all began so well, 18 hours ago. Farrell was still in the hospital, but Rainbow Triumph was there, itching to come along for once. Her mood was infectious. We'd piled into the jump jet, fired up and armed to the teeth, everyone with their own reasons for wanting to smash something big and delicate. No more vague conspiracies, no more poking around in bars and prisons and magic shops. Even without core fire, we were the greatest heroes in the world. All we needed was a fair fight. The island looked the same ruined base, but now sprinkled with a few functioning lights. He'd started things up again, underground where the heroes hadn't reached all the way in last time. We split up to take him, the classic approach. The last I saw of them, Black Wolf was firing a grappling hook gun with perfect accuracy, preparing to scale the outer cliff, with Rainbow Triumph following up the line. Damsel tore the cover off an accessway, and Elfin flitted off down the main hallway. Mystic vanished as I watched, flashing his enigmatic grin. Left alone, I waded into a sewage tunnel to find a way up through the septic system. It wasn't hard. Most of Dr. Impossible's traps are pretty transparent to my vision. Trap doors, lasers, shifting walls all show up clearly marked when you look with the right frequencies. The place was enormous. After about an hour and a half, I heard the sounds of what could only be the decisive battle. I sprinted through one metal gallery, then another, until I found the central control room. We had him cornered, and it was all over. He's only a technician after all. He looks like he weighs 120 pounds. I took a film of the last battle as it happened, taped out of my left eye. I run it back, reliving the moment. As I came into the hall, I could see the battle unfolding about 150 feet away. The champions had cleared a circle in a swarming army of cybernetic minions and were throwing down with the doctor. I was the last to arrive, and I could see right away that I was the world's last hope. I stopped for maybe 3 seconds to watch. Damsel was closing in on the doctor, looking quite simply like the wrath of God, like an angel out of Revelations. Whatever my feelings about her, I never quite considered what it would be like to have her angry at me. Watching the tape, I saw Black Wolf dodge a first and then a second energy blast, twisting his body, banking on sheer athletic ability. Mr. Mystic was whispering alien syllables, his low and resonant voice carrying through the chamber. And the doctor beat them. It was barely even a fight. Rainbow went down before I could even power all the way up and start my sprint. It reminds me of nothing so much as footage of Corefire dispatching some helpless nobody. Dr. Impossible looked happy. No, he looked like he was having the best day of his entire life. He had a hammer in his left hand, clearly a new asset. Mr. Mystic conjured an eerie walking shadow, but it shattered like glass when the hammer touched it. Bullets, punches, bolts of energy, nothing could touch him, and he seemed 100 times as strong. By the time I got there, he was using its handle to pin Damsel against the wall by her neck, holding her off the ground like a naughty puppy. Black Wolf looked genuinely shocked, angrier than I'd ever seen him. He managed a fancy duck and roll that carried him past the blaster fire and almost to Dr. Impossible himself, who then clubbed him to the ground one-handed with the butt of a ray gun, not even seeming to think about it. The blaster was in his right hand. He spun it in his fingers, then sprayed shot after shot at Elfin, who dodged madly, faster than a hummingbird, waiting for an opening, her cutie pie face drawn with concentration. He let Damsel drop, choked out, then managed to grab Elfin's spear just behind the blade. That's my cue, I remember thinking. The room blurred as I accelerated to my top speed, pounding across the cavernous room, dodging robotic minions like a broken field runner. Everyone else slowed down as all my systems kicked up to their highest level. I ducked a cybernetic ogre swinging steel fists and bowled straight through a crowd of smaller scrimmagers with a sound like a refrigerator dropped from a crane. Chips of metal, plastic, and glass sprayed from the impact, but I didn't slow. A proximity alarm beeped and I reached one arm back to shred a diving drone helicopter with depleted uranium slugs. No rubber ammo this time. For good or ill, this is what I was made for, the next generation of warfare. 60 feet away, an Elfin has lost her spear, the last heavy hitter still standing. I knocked Impossible's last defender to the floor, stepped over Black Wolf's prone form, and made ready to settle this for good. Elfin had fallen to her knees, stunned by a right cross. He yanked her off the ground. She was fading. I was 30 feet away, then 15. Even Elfin stopped to watch when she saw me, mesmerized by this oncoming disaster. I was coming for my maker. Tactical computers sized up the fight, estimated a 5-second outcome. Half a dozen bone-breaking combat scenarios scrolled across my onboard display. I cracked my knuckles theatrically. "Dr. Impossible," I growled, "this ends now." He looked up from his work as I started my leap, left ankle pivoting as my hips cranked around, ready to deliver a digitally calibrated fusion-powered titanium alloy sidekick like the crack of doom. At the last instant, his gaze flicked up to me and he saw me distinctly for the first time. He was still holding Elfin off the floor left-handed, but he found just a moment to pluck an oblong piece of plastic off his belt and point it at me. In playback, it looks like the little black remote you get with your car keys. He pressed the button, and it was over. My little home movie ends in an extreme close-up of the laboratory's scarred marble floor. He knew exactly who I was and how I worked, and unlike me, he came prepared. He's a professional. He took me down in less than a second, frozen like the Tin Woodman in the rain.
My first act will be to demand the surrender of all the governments of Earth via the United Nations Security Council. You have no alternative. Legal details of this process can be found on my website.
Across from me, Elfin sits in her own special cell, a low stone platform 3 feet on each side, her arms hugging her knees. Apart from the platform, the room is cold iron. A wooden cross hangs on each wall, the door, floor, and ceiling. Her spear is outside, propped against the wall with damsels' swords. She looks around without speaking, her huge eyes all pupil. What's the plan? Does anyone have a plan? I ask. Black Wolf shushes me, points at the wall. Listening devices. But at this point, I don't care much. I glare at him. I thought you said we could beat him. He shrugs. This was way outside the usual parameters. It may not have been him, you know. Could have been a shape-changer. No metamorphs. I saw hard skeleton in there. It was him.
He is no warrior,
whispers Elfin, sullen. Another quarter heard from. A deep thrumming comes through the rock, engines turning in the depths. Would he actually throw us into the sun? How crazy is he exactly? And how exactly do we get out of this one? 2 doors down from me, Mr. Mystic is bound and gagged. Beyond him is the empty cell, fitted with reinforced manacles. Whatever those machines are doing, they're running at a fever pitch. Damsel is sleeping on the floor, curled up in a corner, bathing in the amber lamplight. Rainbow Triumph stares straight ahead, not moving. Every few minutes she swallows, as if trying to get rid of a nasty taste in her mouth. Anyone hear from Lily? I ask, breaking the silence. Black Wolf shrugs awkwardly. Not since her little walkout. Not unless you have. I put her up on the usual lists, but you know how she is. Just about invisible when she wants to be.
Great,
Rainbow chimes in.
And who asked her to join again?
Black Wolf's neck is in a simple collar welded to the wall. No lock to pick or chain to break. He can't even sit down. It's like Dr. Impossible's making fun of his lack of powers. Any of the rest of us could have broken it in a second. Who said split up? Was that my idea? Black Wolf strains at the collar for a second, then gives up. That's it. Now I'll never avenge my brother and sister. Fuck! Not moving, Damsel looks up. Give it a rest, Mark. We're all in the same boat here. That's fine, Damsel. You rested now? You want to break us out of here? She doesn't answer. Rainbow takes something from a pouch at her neck and eats it.
What? It's my meds. I need them every 12 hours. Basically, in 72 hours, I'll be dead, if anyone cares.
Silence reigns. We must be way under the ruined laboratory by now. I can hear the ocean, faintly. Across the hall from me, Elfin still isn't moving off her little platform. What are you looking at? She must have caught me looking, but I have to ask. Well, why doesn't Elfin do it? She's a fairy. Even Black Wolf sounds a bit on edge. I cannot break the bars, Fatale. These symbols restrain me, nor can I touch cold iron. I'll never fulfill Titania's mission. What mission? What was it? Why didn't you go ahead and do it if you've really been around for centuries? It isn't time yet, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. So those crosses are really holding you back? What about a Buddha or a Star of David? Would that bother you as much?
I heard Dr. Impossible was Jewish,
Rainbow puts in. Seriously, how much would it hurt you to break out of there? I want to push her. Just once, I want her to behave like an ordinary person, drop the act and get us out of here. I cannot, she says flatly. Is it like a phobia? Are you afraid? I am of the Legion of the Western Side. I do not know fear, but I'm governed by our law. Damsel wearily intervenes. Fatale, let it go. No, I'm not going to die because a fake elf won't cross an imaginary line. I know what's holding me, and it's not something I made up. You don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you walk out of here yourself if you can, clockwork lady? It's a software lock. It's electricity and metal. That's what I am. I'm the next generation of warfare. And I am 20 generations of war. What is it you're so proud of that makes you walk about and twitch and strut that way, like the bronze guardsman who strikes the hours on the clock at St. Clement's? I'm a super soldier. You're no one. Fatale, just shut up, Black Wolf adds helpfully. But I'm on my feet now and I turn to the rest of them. She's not a fairy. She's just not. She's a genetic experiment or an alien. And it would be nice if Tinkerbell here dropped the pretense. Just this once before Dr. Impossible, throws our entire planet into the sun. Group silence. I can see I don't have everyone's support in this.
Having accepted your surrender, I will begin the launch of the new Ice Age, the age of Dr. Impossible, an era of science and marvels and, of course, my total domination of the world.
God, when is he going to shut up?
Rainbow sighs. She isn't looking so good. I try to change the subject. Black Wolf, I thought you said he needed a power source for this. He could be bluffing. He doesn't bother looking at me.
He didn't look like he was bluffing when he beat the crap out of you.
Rainbow won't leave it alone. Geez, Black Wolf mock cringes. Thought you were my sidekick. Silently, Rainbow gives him the finger. He had a new weapon, damn it. Did anyone else see that hammer he was holding? We all saw the hammer. Nobody knows what it is.
It looked magical.
That's what Mystic said before he went down. The doctor took him out first. Forget it, Damsel says. We couldn't even save Corefire. Our fearless leader. In the amber glow of an overhead light, Damsel sits at the back of her cell, her knees up. She's loose in there. I can't see anything restraining her. He took her swords, but otherwise I can't see any reason why she doesn't smash her way out. I'm too embarrassed to ask what the problem is. Without the swords, she looks like a different person. A slight, greenish, surprisingly young brunette. She has the cell next to Black Wolf's. This was such a mistake. The military would have prepared properly instead of just jetting off after lunch. This should have been a ground assault. Come on, Ellen. You've seen what Dr. Impossible does to conventional forces. We're the logical counterforce. You mean Corefire was. Without him, Dr. Impossible's beaten us twice this week. The first time he didn't even have his costume. Let's face it, the new Champions was a stupid name, and kind of a stupid idea. We shouldn't have tried it. Damsel punches the wall hard. It should crack the concrete. It should smash it to powder. There's just a dull smack. That's easy for you to say, Miss Stormcloud. It's not as if the rest of us had anywhere to go. And I did? Didn't you ever wonder why I didn't join the supers? He holds up a black-gloved hand. Don't start. I can't believe you never figured it out. Corefire knew. I guess he could sense stuff. The one date we had, he worked it out. After that, he wouldn't go near me. Fucking racist. Maybe you shouldn't have slept with him then. Black Wolf's tone is low and bitter. He's smart. He knows we're listening. Maybe he doesn't care. You remember what happened to my mother? Damsel sounds like she really wants to know. Your mother? You know, the alien princess, she says, her voice acid now. Remember her? Stormcloud's first wife? It was one of those superhero marriages. He saves her planet, she goes back to the stars. I know, but think about it. She wasn't human, even if she looked a little like us. She wasn't even a mammal. No one even thinks about the fact that I look human. My hands are a little big, see? And my ears. That's why I wear it long. I shouldn't exist at all. Her people have an advanced gene science, and my mother's father donated his expertise as a wedding present. I'm mostly a clone of my father. They switched the gender, probably so it would be less obvious. They managed to include a few of my mother's traits. My biology is less human than you think. Why do you think I throw up all the time? I know my nervous system reads funny, and my blood type's irregular, a one-off. I'm red-green colorblind. Did you know that? My father did his best to hide it. They raised me human, but my mother was always an alien, green skin, of course. Her breath always smelled like cinnamon. Her eyes were huge, cold hands, and she loved to swim. She went back when I was 9, when she succeeded to the throne on her world. We spoke English together when we could, over the hyperwave communicator. I never learned her language, only a few words. It's difficult for humans to learn, but I thought I should. At first they thought I didn't have any powers. My father raised me pretty strictly. I was in private school under a secret identity, God, until 11th grade. I hated it. Then on my 16th birthday, I walked out onto the Peterson's quad and screamed. I broke windows. Fucking Regina was pissed. After that, at night, I'd be flying above the city in a blaze of light, but I'd retreat afterward into my secretary job. And afterward, after the champions, there was nothing to stop me from being Damsel all the time. And the reality was, I had no idea who Damsel was. Not really. Not when she wasn't saving people. All I wanted was to be in the super squadron. I still have my title. I'm even still a princess. My mother rules an ocean planet somewhere. It's in my passport. But the super squadron wouldn't take off-worlders, and I failed the goddamn blood test. It doesn't make any difference. Not to me, Black Wolf says. He looks calmer than I thought he'd be, like he's finally understood something, a missing piece. Corefire must have seen it first, with those eyes of his. She gestures weakly at the overhead lamp. Her sun's radiation takes away my powers anyway. That's what the lamp is for, smart guy. I guess Dr. Impossible knew it too. Face it, I'm a mistake.
Yes, in the coming era I shall rule your puny world, as is my right. I will be just, but fair, and above all, scientific. It will be my pleasure to keep you alive to witness your total and utter defeat.
An elfin stirs on her platform and makes the longest speech I've ever heard from her. You know how they found me? I was starving and I passed out. A couple of hunters. They thought their luck was in. Jesus, I say. She flinches at the name. Sorry. I was born in the 12th century of your Christ, and I am the last fairy in the world. When the fair folk left the world of humankind early in the 17th century, I was left behind. Titania could not or would not explain why, but there I stayed, the lone fairy in all the woods of England. She crouches in her cell and tells the story. Year by year, century by century, the game thinned out, acorns lost their flavor, and the spring dew grew less and less nourishing. Alone, I walked the forest, empty now of knights-errant and loitering maidens, while the long 19th century stretched on, and the 20th. The forest diminished into odd patches of undeveloped land, crisscrossed by dirt roads and power lines, overflown by airplanes 3 times a day. I began hearing cars zoom past on the expressway, where once cool forests had stretched hundreds of silent miles in every direction. I grew used to hearing them pass, always behind the next stand of trees. Squirrels replaced deer. Wolves were a distant memory. One day a young boy in a red anorak saw me in full daylight as I crouched drinking from a drainpipe. I waited for Titania's plan to become clear. I hiked farther north as time went on, and then farther. I crossed the roads late at night, asphalt stinging the soles of my bare feet, to get to the next square of land. I was lamed once when a car struck me. I'd taken wounds before in Titania's service. I knew the burn of cold iron, and once the flash and hot lump of a lead musket ball. But this, the blinding light and the force of it rolling me over and over, it was like nothing I'd ever felt. I flashed away into the brush before the shock had worn off, and lay there, shaking. I look around and the others are listening silently. Black Wolf has heard this before. He must have. Rainbow clearly hasn't. But Elfin is speaking to me. I began to starve. I grew thin even for a fairy, a creature of long nails and silvery skin stretched over hollow bird bones. The fish were gone. I munched nettles and drank tainted water from streams, and in winter I raided squirrels' granaries. On summer nights, I sat and gazed at the few stars visible beyond the light of the cities and dreamed of old hunts. It was 1975, unfathomably late in the day to be a full-blooded fairy in England. I wandered dazed in the forest, moonlight shining through my flesh. I was fading. One morning in early spring, I collapsed and lay for hours at the bottom of a culvert, until a sudden rainstorm washed me down out of the hills. The hunters were up from Berkshire, making a day of it. They found me stretched out in a stream bed, unconscious in full daylight. It was noon, and they were already a little drunk when they found me. A tiny woman in a nightdress, 4.5 feet tall, inhumanly graceful, even in sleep. One of them handed his buddy his gun and went to get a closer look. He must not have noticed the wings or the nails. According to a police report, I was later seen walking along the expressway around noon, naked, blood splashed over my face and body. I did not know what had happened, but when, after 300 years, one of the fair folk walked barefoot up the center line of a main road, it was a Catholic priest who recognized the gravity of the situation. He bundled me off the street and found me clothes and a room with no crosses or cold iron. He called his superior, who found a scholar at the Vatican archive who specialized in such things. The Catholic Church has what you would call a very fine institutional memory. The last man to have been in this situation wrote in 12th century Latin and told the protocols, modes of address, for speech between fairies and Christian men, and it remains in effect, Vatican II notwithstanding. The priest repeated the language they gave him, and dazed, I replied in the language of the ancient compact, words I had learned under Henry II. I had been charged with 2 tasks, to uphold the honor of fairy, and to fulfill the task that has been laid on me when the time is right. But those who made the covenant know nothing of the world I found myself in now, nor did Titania. I was a 9 days' wonder. The press grew tired of me. I could not be featured forever on your talk shows and in your magazines. I could not go back to the forest, to graze on highway median strips. I did not know how to rent an apartment or work in a trade or live in a city. I am a fairy, but I cannot be Titania's knight any more. But Damsel found me and offered me a job, one that made sense of my life again. I could be a superhero. How about you? How'd you get started? For once, Damsel is looking directly at me, but the amber light makes it hard to read her features when she asks me the question I've been waiting to figure out. You guys don't want to hear about it. I'm not ready to talk about it anyway. What'd they do to you? She says it in a tone I've never heard from her. And for a full minute I can't answer, a minute before the thoughts start to come again. I was a superhero too, for a while, but the NSA was just easier. It's not like how they tell you it will be. It's hard to make it on your own as a cyborg. I've tried. I weigh almost 500 pounds. I can't find clothes that fit me. I can't ride a bicycle. I can't eat in a normal restaurant or sit in a chair not reinforced for my weight. I need special foods. I need medication to keep my body from rejecting the implants, and then I get sick too often due to a depressed immune system. And those are only the things I know about. I have systems nobody understands. It's not like I'm a car that can be recalled if one model out of 1,000,000 fails. There's only one of me. I don't want to tell this stuff, but I'm sick of being the only one who knows. It all comes spilling out. When they told me they weren't going to take care of me anymore, I thought I was dead. The Ohio facility that maintained me shut down overnight. I went in one day and found a bare office, and when I went to try to trace their assets, I found out they never existed. It's about as far as I can go, but there's more I can't even put into words. I still don't have a boyfriend. I can't even have children. That's where the fusion reactor went in. I know it's crazy, but I thought Dr. Impossible was going to take me in, or maybe he would fix me, put me back the way I was. I know that's crazy, but I hate this piece of metal that I had them put inside me. God, I hate it. The way you can only hate a part of yourself that you made.
I leave you to ponder the error of your ways, the error of opposing Dr. Impossible.
Damsel actually looks a little better now, but that light is still shutting down her powers. She and Black Wolf are talking in low tones. They've been in tight spots before. Black Wolf sees me looking. It's all right. How is it all right? We're starting a new ice age and the entire Earth is now ruled by the angriest dork in the world. So tell me, how is it all right? I've actually got a backup plan. We've got reinforcements. Backup? Who is it? Is it Stormcloud? Is it the Super Squadron? But he shakes his head. You really are new to this, aren't you? There's no way he was going to stay down for long. The speakers crackle, and Dr. Impossible starts up again. He's recorded his speech, and it's starting to repeat.
My dear champions, welcome. By the time you hear this...
God, what an asshole. Black Wolf curses with sudden feeling. Amazingly, Damsel starts to smile, and then giggle a little. Suddenly we're all laughing, almost like a team again. Then far off, I hear the thunder.
Chapter 19. But before I kill you... Well, well, well. Jason, I've waited more than half a lifetime for this. Corefire slumps, arms manacled to a central set of pillars. He's doing that stupid thing of pretending to be asleep, like we're at summer camp. Well, let him. But I wish for once he would at least look up and see this, because frankly, it's another tour de force. Spectacular. I keep talking, but my mind is elsewhere. I've got to concentrate on conquering the world. Now that you are lying helpless at my feet, now that your finest efforts have proved futile, now that you are totally in my power, now that there is nothing you can do to stop me, now that you are thousands of miles from help, now that there is no possibility of escape, now that you have finally and irremediably lost, even though my experiment was a failure, now that the armies of the world are helpless against me, with my lasers and force fields, and my army of robot soldiers with their force fields and their laser eyes, even though I never got the girl, now that your defeat is total and abject, now that I have crushed you comprehensively and without qualification, and I will reign supreme forever, now that I win, even though I'll never be you. Yes, he faked it. I don't know how yet. I'll have to make him tell me. The generators are just the hub of a network of forces I've set up, stretching well past the orbit of the moon. Gravitational generation and perfect reflection of energy. There's no one who can see the whole of it, except me, the scale of the project, a vast and shadowy galleon putting about infinitely slow, infinitely ponderous in the high seas of the ether, dragged at by innumerable threads and sheets. It can't be done all at once, only by a slow, steady application of impetus. It was a fantastic piece of mathematics, a baroquely extended word problem of novelistic proportions, a shifting matrix of angles of incidence, rates of spin, sheer strength. To manipulate an unthinkably heavy mass of rock and clay, oceans and seas, buses and grand pianos afloat in space, was like an ant pushing an ocean liner, a tail wagging a 1,000,000-ton dog. Behind me,
The machines rise up, tier upon tier, to the cavernous ceiling. I might have managed this years ago if that experiment had been completed. Those meddling fools! If only I'd written my dissertation properly. If only I'd gotten to finish. But I still needed you gone. The tendrils of energy whip out and charge the 5 subsidiary poles, and the whole apparatus begins to turn, ever so slowly, massively, nudging the Earth off course without breaking it apart. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, bringing the whole ponderous business, the whole cosmic clockwork, to heel. For a second, I stand at the fulcrum point of creation. God, I am so unhappy! When the Nemesis alert went off, I could scarcely believe it. I set them up a long time ago to scan for objects that were super dense and fast-moving and human size. In other words, for him. I should have guessed it, with all the publicity, that maudlin spectacle. I wonder if there was anything in that coffin at all. There must have been a few people in on it, laughing up their sleeves at me, and to think I fell for it. I, Dr. Impossible. Tricked by one of these mental pygmies. And it was so obvious, exactly the kind of almost clever idea these people come up with, like pretending you've been knocked unconscious, like the secret identity thing, as if we don't know what you look like. Maybe he wanted to draw me out. No one would fight him anymore. Maybe he was bored. He changes things just by existing. Nothing about him is normal. His senses alone make a difference to what you can try when he's on the planet. I had about 90 minutes warning, 90 minutes to recalculate everything, my enormous intelligence working at full power. But it's better this way. The champions were always in league below him. Beating them without core fire is almost cheating. But you have no idea what it's like to face one of these people, one of the absolute unstoppables. He's strong, much too strong to bother shooting at. You may as well shine a flashlight on him. Core fire has only gotten stronger over the years, and the world of solid matter must be like fog to him now. You need layers, and there needs to be a trick. I used to fight Go-Man, the Super Squadron speedster with a carefree disregard for atmospheric friction and inertia, and a few other things we rubes understand to be the laws of physics. I'd rarely seen his actual body, lost at the center of a perpetual whirlwind like a hummingbird's wing or a helicopter's rotor, invisibly rapid. I first met him in Berlin, and built a whole new class of defenses to deal with his class of ability. Tripwires, gases, immobilizing foams, areas of the complex that could seal off instantly if I even suspected he was inside them. Then I'd pour in everything I could think of, poisons, sonic vibrations, mutant bees, until something worked, until he fell unconscious and stopped moving, precipitated out of the air like a spirit. Core fire poses these threats and more, and he's seen my older tricks already. It's not like I can just set off a smoke bomb, duck into a hall of mirrors, and run away cackling. I don't think there's anyone who could beat him in a straight fight. There's nothing else like him now, not on Earth anyway. He sat down lightly in the ruined forecourt. There was no one waiting for him. Henchmen are no use in a situation like this. Don't get me started about henchmen. Wow. Time to fire the maid. Imbecile! I left it quiet for a few moments, waiting, silent, then hit the lights. If it spooked him, he didn't show it. He spent a little time looking around. He could have tunneled straight to me if he'd known where I was. He could have been running through there at 100 miles per hour if he'd wanted, but he was going to play this out, just like I was. He'd gotten lazy. That, I noticed. He didn't even X-ray the place. It's been so long since anything could hurt him. The first mine went off, shuddering through the complex like distant thunder. On camera, core fire was unruffled, but he spoke for the first time. "Nice try." I leaned into the microphone. Time to talk some trash. "You didn't think your prisons would stop me, did you? You knew I'd be back." "I, Dr. Impossible." It passed the time. All heroes have an origin. It's a rule, right? Flash of fire, a miraculous accident. But what could have made something like you, core fire? So ungodly powerful? So perfect? You've barely aged, you know. You might live 1,000 years. Some people think you're an alien. Some people think you're Cain, condemned to wander the earth, untouchable. Maybe you came from the future? A broken future like Lily's, here to fix the past. But no, I've been to the future, many futures, and seen nothing like you, except you. I've seen futures where you went bad, went to my side, and futures where you reigned as king. I've seen alternate realities where the accident that gave you powers happened to Erica instead, or Professor Burke, with a kid standing next to you, or me, but not the real me. It's one of the hardest puzzles. I was there, and I've tried everything to solve it, to work out the mystery of your accident, the secret inside you. It's been a long time since Professor Burke's seminars. But you never were much of a scientist, were you, Jason? Has everybody forgotten about the Zeta beam? Because I didn't. I sense a trap. He poked his head into the entrance hall. The doors sealed shut, and the room fogged with an acid mist. Of course it was a trap. It was all traps, all the way. In the corridor beyond, cutting lasers lit the place in lurid greens and reds. Then sonics, then microwaves. He watched it all with an appraising stare, and pushed the next door open. "That all you got?" I often wonder what Einstein would have done in my position. At Peterson, I kept an Einstein poster in my room, the one that says, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." Einstein was smart, maybe even as smart as Laserator, but he played it way too safe. Then again, nobody ever threw a grappling hook at Einstein. I like to think he would have enjoyed my work, if he could have seen it. But no one sees anything I do, not until it's hovering over Chicago. All the rooms were traps, but he came on like a hero out of legend. I froze him in a block of ice, and he melted it. Lava he cools with his breath and shatters. Electricity, poison darts, voodoo skulls. I try everything, just to be sure. The lasers left red tracks on his skin that faded after a few seconds, an odd little secondary effect. He was getting impatient. We'd done this part before. Then he was through the last door, brushing off some electrified wires. I'd had an idea about a taser that didn't quite come off. And now there's nothing between me and him but air. I'm only 60 feet away, sitting on the throne you've seen in my broadcasts. "Hello, Jason. Did you think you were being clever?" "You'll never get away with this," he snarls. "Oh, come off it. I already have. You just missed it while you were playing the dearly departed. I'm going to break you." "All right, then. Go on, Jason. Hit me. Go on." In an eye blink, he's speeding up the steps to the dais, half-flying, readying a blow that would have shivered diamond. It passes noiselessly through the hologram figure, and on cue, laughter fills the laboratory. Sorry. Couldn't resist. Lights up on the real throne. I get my hands up just in time, and then he's on me. We've fought so many times, underwater, in outer space, in burning control rooms and crashing spaceships and ancient temples, on Mars and at the center of the Earth, and I lost every time. Not that I haven't come close, but whatever he's got powering him is tough, very tough, some freakish zeta vortex that I never quite solved. He behaves as if he were super dense and as light as a soap bubble simultaneously. It drives conventional physics crazy. Our earliest battles were all robots and lasers, big ones. I piled on the iron and the lasers, thinking sooner or later I'd hit his limits. But he smashed it all into scrap, victims of a mistaken conception. I could build anything out of metal, but it'd always be stronger than any metal. In the 70s, I grew more sophisticated. I used psychology. I took hostages, stole sidekicks and women and dogs. Erica and I spent more time together, on trains and caves, but the mask never came off, and she never guessed. I learned that core fire could be confused by mirrors or drugs or insane twists of logic. He could be fooled by android duplicates, holograms, telepathy, and mind-switching devices. But only temporarily. Sooner or later he'd cut through the fog, and I'd feel his fists on me again. In the 80s, there was magic and the new cybernetics. I always fell at the last, beaten into unconsciousness. I'm tough, but there are limits to it if you just keep on hitting me. But if my career has a meaning, it's that in the long run, I'm better than people like him. I lose the scepter in the first second, slapped out of my hand. It goes spinning across the marble. No big loss. It was Zeta-powered, useless against him. I throw a punch, but he catches it, and the counterpunch rings off my helmet. The robes are hard to fight in, but I swore I wasn't going down in t-shirt and jeans. I draw the blaster and zap him with it, just for old time's sake. I hope it stings. I know he isn't untouchable. I've seen him bleed, and the time that alien gladiator came to Earth to challenge him, he had a black eye before he finished that fight. Once, I think I broke his nose. He catches the blaster and crushes it in his hand, grabs my collar and throws me 20 or 30 feet into the wall. I land hard, and it's a moment before I can breathe again. He looks a little confused, a little resigned, as if to ask, "Why are you making me do all this?" But he comes on again. It comes down to bodies. A blurred, panting moment when we wrestle, power on power, his breath on my cheek. It always comes to this, at the end, despite all my precautions, the layers upon layers, the deceit. I taste the familiar mixture of blood, sweat, and defeat. He's still the strongest hero I've ever fought. He reaches to catch me in a headlock, but I slip out, cape going over my head, and we're apart again. I drop a couple of flash bangs to buy time. I jab him in the eye, but I'm punching marble. His head barely moves. "Had enough?" he quips, ever the wit. He isn't even mussed. He smiles, then blurs, and I barely see the punch before it lands. Then I'm on my hands and knees. The room doesn't quite spin, but it slides a little as I get to my feet. The scar he once left on my face is starting to hurt, which means I'm under a lot of stress. His eyes change color for an instant, and my outer robes start to smolder. I tear them off and square up again. He reaches for my throat, but I catch his arm and throw him on his back on the carpet. It gives me time to get the hammer of Ra out. I shouldn't have waited. I knew when I first touched the hammer what it could do. It's broken, but there's just enough power left to do what I need to. For a few minutes, I can be invincible. I whisper that unrepeatable, unpronounceable word, and power flows out of the hammer and into me. I feel light and quick. The world slows down. I flex one hand, and feel the power of a mountain in it. It's so good. It feels like cheating. For a few minutes, I'm Core Fire. I'm better than Core Fire. I'm Dr. Impossible. I swing and hit him on the chin just as he's getting up, and he pinwheels around and back into the floor. The shock sends echoes through the room. He looks a little surprised, like he didn't think I had it in me. He's won too many times before to have expected anything new. But he's not scared yet. Nelson Gerard says hello. Hopping down a step, I brace myself and hit him again, harder. Ka-fam! Echoes bounce off the vaulted ceiling. I know what he's feeling, because this is what always happens to me, 2 minutes before I go back to prison. He's dazed now, trying to shake it off. What? It's like he's starting to form a question. Feel that? Who's invincible now? I hit him, and he actually flies through the air to the far wall. His face is getting a puffy look I've never seen before. I must be starting to get through to him. He's learning something, just as I once did. And I'm learning too. I've been stupid, trying so many elaborate devices when it always comes down to a punching match. Boom! The heroes had been showing me all along exactly how it's done. Why hadn't I paid attention? He's barely on his feet now. He starts to put his hands up, trying to form fists. I set it up again, taking my time. 1, 2, 3, boom! Who was the first person to hit you, Core Fire? It was me. I hit him, knocking him all the way out into the front courtyard. The charge runs down eventually. He blacks out near the end, just like I used to. And for one utterly still and perfect moment, I've conquered the world. I drag him back to the main laboratory and chain him to a pillar. There doesn't seem to be anywhere else to put him. Waiting while the machinery powers up, I doze. There's still a lot I don't understand about that long-ago night. Memory doesn't work the way it ought to, reeling off like a movie. Pieces come back sometimes, fragments of the insoluble mystery of the past. Erica again. We were doing laundry together. The buzz of fluorescent lights and the thrum of the dryers seem unbelievably loud. The air was warm and stale in the basement. She cocked her head, inclined just fractionally toward me, and something in the air changed. I thought for a second she was going to kiss me. I flushed. This is it, I thought. I thought I felt her lips already, warm against mine, parting. This is how it happens, how you become another person, how you get to grow up. Then the timer buzzed, and she looked up, startled. Now I'm in the lab again. It's time to check the mixture. Down the long fluorescent-lit corridor, with that faint, acrid laboratory smell, half nauseating and half comforting. That's how it began. Then the explosion, and the long, 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 long morning afterward. I know you're awake, Jason. You'd be surprised what it takes to restrain an entity with his capacities. It took a while. Fine. Pretend. In just a few minutes, I'm going to become the greatest supervillain of all time. I thought you should watch. Open your eyes at least. I'm standing right here. Finally, he does. It's good, isn't it? I actually think it's my best one yet. You should appreciate my work more, you know. You're the only one who gets to see it. He doesn't respond. Nothing? Oh, well, I tried. He heaves a deep, exasperated sigh like I'm boring him terribly. In a low voice, he asks, Look, will you at least tell me what this is all about? What it's about? I'm so glad you asked. I steeple my fingers and touch them to my lips. I can't help myself. It's just good to be a villain every once in a while. Like you, I had powers. I could have gone your way. I didn't, but you know, I can almost imagine what it must have been like. The first time, as you waited for the sun to go down, not until 8 o'clock, maybe in the summer months. You'd wait in your room doing a few stretches while the streets cleared. You were in your apartment, maybe, in New York. Then you opened the window, pushed it all the way up, set your left foot in the sill, poked your head out, and stood, leaning out a little bit, one hand still hooked inside. You let your body extend and hang a little. The night air smelled like a forest. The wind slipped under your t-shirt. The moon was almost full, lighting up the night, an invitation to climb, and you did, fingers finding gaps in the facade, up the side of the building like a ladder, nothing to it. Up on the rooftop, you could see the city, smell it. The air was like a warm bath. The wind was sour and salty coming off the bay. You jogged back and forth a couple of times, then sighted in on the building across the alley. The gap was 15 feet and 5 stories down. Without giving yourself time to think, you sprinted, springboarded off the low wall, did a lazy somersault in the air before you hit, arms extended, not even a wobble. Perfect. The accident that gave you this power never took anything away. You were still strong, quick, muscles like spring steel and skin like Teflon. Soon it was a rhythm, 10 steps and release, moving downtown. Once or twice you'd had to catch a ledge and hang by your hands, or take a few hops to the left or right, but in the end you'd gone half a mile without touching pavement. In the slanted light of the setting sun you were golden. You'd go all over the city at night, Harlem, Soho, Wall Street, lurking around neighborhoods and waiting for a drug deal or a mugging. Then the feeling as you stepped from the shadow of a stairwell. The criminals thought you were just a kid with something on his face. They were laughing, and they didn't know what was coming. Then the cries of, "Oh no!" The priceless look on their faces, and the victim's gratitude. That thanks I never got for all my scheming. But of course, it wasn't like that for you. You could fly. You just rose up from the rooftops and into the warm night air. Then you swooped around a little until you spotted some helpless evildoer. It must have been awesome. God, to have all the world love you like that. And for what? For joining the winning team? So easy. But not this time, Jason. For once, I provoke a reaction. What? How do you know my name? He's a little nervous even. He'd better be. I savor every syllable. Oh ho ho! Well, you might wonder. Did you ever think about what happened to your old friend? The one who made you what you are, and your greatest enemy? And you never guessed after all these years. He gapes. Who? You're not Professor Burke? Fuck! No! Who made you, Jason? Corefire is nonplussed. I don't really understand what you're talking about. What about this? I'll let you go, and all you have to do is tell me my real name. Nothing. And now it comes. Maybe this will refresh your memory. I take off my mask and let him see me, all the better to look at his blank, mild, staring face. Finally, it feels like it's been 1,000 years. He clears his throat nervously. I'm sorry? From college. You know, from Peterson. The one who followed you, looked up to you, created you, beat you, right? Right? Slow, uncomprehending shake of the head. Nothing. Fine. It doesn't matter. After all, when I rule the world, they'll know me and worship me. Even Erica. I let the name sink in. I know it's not original. I know it was a long time ago. Who? He asks. Erica. I try to pack some meaning into the name, but I have to admit he looks a little blank. You know, the writer? He shakes his head a little apologetically. I remember who she is and all, sure, but, why do you know her? Jesus! It's not as if I expected an apology. Fine, that's great. Super, in fact. My life's ambition, wasted. I guess it doesn't matter after all. If you'll just wait there, I'll go and destroy the world with this machine I've built. We're screwed now, buddy, I mutter. I throw the main switch. Behind me, the mammoth engines go into overdrive, shifting their hum another few steps up the scale. For the first time, I think he might look a little scared. I keep talking as I work. Dr. Impossible. My name's Dr. Impossible. You could at least have said that. Well, too bad, Jason. You've blown your chance to save the world. There isn't going to be a next time, Jason. I hope you've noticed the moon's a little bigger. I'm going to scrawl my name across this puny planet. My real name, Dr. Impossible. I'm taking over the world, and you're going to watch. I laugh, but the mechanics of total world conquest are enormously vexed. You'll notice that if you ever try it. Conventional house-to-house and nation-to-nation pacification is unwieldy, to say the least. It's particularly hard to keep track of all the islands. There's mind control if you've got the means, but it's awkward. There's no fun in waking everybody up in the morning, every day, and telling them to brush their teeth. You can do it by proxy, stealthily infiltrating major world governments, but then who gets the credit? Probably the most foolproof method is to come up with a way of destroying the world, and then just let everyone know you have it. And then you sit on it for as long as you can, knowing that in the end, somebody's going to knock you off your perch, whether or not you have the guts to pull the switch. This is going to be different. This is one thing they didn't foresee. I don't have to destroy the Earth, just cool it down a little. Soon we'll see temperature drops of 10 or 20 degrees Celsius. Ice creeps down from the poles, and the Earth's whiteness starts reflecting more heat back into space, cooling things down further. Global warming becomes a fond memory. This is the Ice Empire scenario, one of the Baron's better concepts, but I'll be the one to pull it off, ruling from an enormous city of ice, each year the Earth's potentates begging me for a few more degrees Celsius. They'll need my Zeta technology to survive, a collateral bonus, and I'll finally be able to tell that wretched Nobel Committee what to do. And then, the charm of the conceit, a huge aesthetic upside. Ice castles rising above now frozen cities. Underground caves fed by thermal vents, cross-country skiing, pine forests, and I'll clone off some mammoths and wolves for effect. Every year, a white Christmas. And things won't have to be all that different. A few parades, maybe. New York will be Impossible City, or Impossibleopolis. Maybe a few ethergrads here and there. And I can always swing the Earth's orbit in a bit for the occasional sunny day. It's not like I'm going to be a jerk about it. I give the champions a short little speech in their cells, then glance over at the figure slumped in despair between the supporting pillars. Who knew it was all so easy? It feels so good, I just have to say it. So much for core fire, and so much for those wretched champions. Then, right behind me, Someone clears her throat, and I freeze. Well, almost. I don't know how she got in, but then Lily's always been hard to see. Corfire revives a little to see her, his gallant rescuer. "Hello, Jonathan," she says. "It's nice to see you." "Lily? And what a lovely outfit." I try to keep my voice steady. I'm not ready for this yet. She's still wearing her new champion's regalia. I make a sardonic bow, hoping I look at least somewhat composed. She shrugs, then takes a step toward me. "Don't move." I try to put some steel in it. I draw the blaster again, not quite pointing it at her. "Fine." She puts her hands up in mock surrender. Should I just wait here? "Whatever. Just don't think you can stop me." "Yes, I know. Nobody can stop you, Jonathan." "It's Dr. Impossible to you. Don't try to free him, I'm warning you." It's a standoff for the moment. The fact is, I'm not really sure I could stop her. I've never had to try. "So is this really you now? These people?" I ask. I nod my head at Corfire, chained. Seriously, she could at least be embarrassed about it. "Come on, Jonathan." "That's Dr. Impossible. What do you think you're doing here, Lily?" "Oh, I don't know. I just thought I'd see what was happening. I quit New Champions 2 days ago, for your information." "Why, what exactly are you doing?" "Taking over the world, actually. Eternity of snow and ice. Myself the only source of power, that sort of thing. Everybody swears fealty or death, you included. Corfire is watching us like a hawk, waiting for one of us to make a move." "A new ice age, huh?" "Something wrong? Feeling a little chilly, perhaps?" I'd hoped for something more imaginative. "Wasn't that one of the Baron's ideas?" she asks. "Shut up! It's the Ice Empire, and it's totally going to work." "Well, it isn't now, I'm afraid." She takes another step. I point the blaster at her again, not that she seems to care. "That's right, Impossible," Corfire snarls, emboldened. "You're finished." Lily doesn't even turn around to answer him. "You shut up, fuckhead. I've got your number." I trace an imaginary line on the floor with my foot. I'm not kidding. I could throw this planet into the sun at any time, if you get any closer, I mean. "Look, don't take it personally. I just don't want to live the rest of my life in your Ice Age thing. By the power vested in me by the New Champions, I'm hereby saving the world. Step away from the machine." I wave her back with the blaster, one hand on the lever. "Don't cross that line. I'm serious. It works." Why is no one afraid of my blaster? She advances another step, taking her time. I touch the hammer of Ra at my belt, but it's cold and silent, just a rock on a stick. She puts up her fists. "You really want to do this?" I ask, giving her my "stay back, I'm crazy" look. "Last chance. I'm tougher than you think." She crosses the line. The rest doesn't take long, and I'd actually rather not describe it. Let's just say I have the sense to fold up after a couple of rounds, and she leaves me tied to the pylon next to Corfire's. I wish he hadn't seen that. She's not even breathing hard. Then she turns her attention to the machine. With a little admiration, I like to think, a little regret. Both of us watch her. I try to delay the inevitable. "Are you hoping you'll get a medal? Maybe you'll get your boyfriend back?" She ignores me. She's thinking of something else, and after a moment, she starts to speak in a low voice. I'm not even sure who she's talking to at first. "You must have wondered what happened to me, didn't you? I thought you were supposed to be smart." She sounds almost upset. Her back is to us as she tries to figure out what to break first. She starts yanking out wires in strategic places, The turbine hum starts running back down the scale in a cosmic diminuendo. I can smell something burning. It was that time Baron Ether teamed up with the Living Diamond. I was still writing, but it was a dead end for me. My stories sucked, and I was writing too many superhero profiles to pay the bills. I'd become just Corefire's girl. I needed a new angle. Just by chance, I found out where the two of them were hiding. They called for Corefire, and I answered the phone and got the address. I followed them to an abandoned chemical factory and crept inside with my camera and sensible shoes. She spots Laserator's reflecting lens, crash, tinkle. It was the chance I needed, a real story I could break, but I went a little too far and they caught me. I ran for it, like always, and I tripped and fell, just like always, toppled right off a catwalk and into a vat of some vile liquid they'd just mixed up together. I went home and showered, but already I felt a change, a stirring in my blood, a power. I went up to my room and stood there, looking out an open window at the street outside, white houses. It was early spring and the breeze blew in. I thought of Jason and whether I should call him, but I didn't. I stood in the center of my room. It kept building until I was white hot. My hand set the curtains on fire. I seared bare footprints into the carpet. Naked, I made my way very slowly down the hall and through the sitting room, then out onto the lawn. I looked at myself, changed, transparent and invulnerable. I stood there with my hardened skin cooling, ticking in the dawn light. I wasn't going home anymore. It only seems right I should get superpowers. If the Zeta beam had hit me, maybe I would have had Corefires. Did you ever think of that? I knew I had a decision to make, the same one you did, Jason. I didn't have to be Erica, the klutzy girlfriend anymore. So I decided to be Lily, savior of the 35th century, the future girl without a past. She looks over the wreckage, making sure there's really no way for me to repair it. There isn't. One last thing. I really did go to the future once, you know, and saw the blight. It was real. And you know where it came from? Costa Rica. It was that stupid hammer that started it all when it broke. But there isn't any blight. I moved the hammer. I shut it down. I know. I guess you saved the world after all. Take care of yourself, Dr. Impossible. She kisses me on the cheek, then looks into my eyes for a moment, almost smiling. She stands in the entrance for a moment, rainwater sheeting off her back, then vanishes into the night. Corefire looks after her too, with a funny expression on his face that I've never seen before. He looks almost thoughtful. I can't think of anything to say, and apparently he can't either, so we just sit there tied to our pillars. And that's how the new champions find us when they finally escape from my dungeon.
Chapter 20. Girl most likely to succeed. For a while there's fighting overhead, tremendous blows and counterblows that seem to shake the whole fortress. Then, an eerie silence except for the hum of Dr. Impossible's machines. Then I hear footsteps coming closer, and I think I'm finally going to meet Corefire. But of course it isn't. It's the last champion. So, this is where the popular kids hang out, Lily says. How did you get in here? Black Wolf asks. Or you? I know how it looks, but No, I'm not with him. She looks us over, her eyes moving from one to another. But I wasn't entirely frank with you guys either, about Corefire. I know he's alive, Black Wolf says. The Pharaoh tried to kill him, so he faked his own death.
He fucking what?
Damsel's head snaps around, for once taken off guard. Even Mr. Mystic makes a noise behind his gag. Is that what he told you? Lily asks. She sounds incredulous herself. He lost up there. Did you know that? The doctor beat the hell out of him, whipped him senseless. Wait, wasn't Corefire your boyfriend? Or were you just pretending about that, too? Black Wolf looks angry, but I wonder if it's only because he's been outsmarted for once. Were you working for Dr. Impossible this whole time? Jesus, no. Lily rolls her eyes. Look, it was a stupid mistake. It's what I wanted to tell you. I just didn't think you'd listen. You want to know what really happened to Corefire, your hero friend? She looks us all over, slowly. He wasn't my friend, I want to remind her. I never even got to meet him. We met at a warehouse party in London, you know, one of those fringe power things. He was slumming, I guess, with some friends I didn't know. I already knew I wanted to switch sides, and we sort of talked. He wanted to go away for the weekend to this place he knew in Costa Rica. He said he could just fly us there, that it would take a couple of hours. Anyway, I went. I was going to be a heroine now, right? We found a resort area he knew, abandoned, but a cool place to take girls to, I guess. But when we got there, it was obvious someone else had found it. When we found out it was the Pharaoh, I thought he was going to die laughing. You know, that villain from the 70s with the makeup? So this was a hero fight ready to happen, and my first caller for your side. We all used to make fun of him, like the time he couldn't find his own sarcophagus at the Met. We'd just bring him in and slap him in jail for a while, and I'd be in from the cold. But wait a minute. Jason said it was Dr. Black Wolf looks caught completely off guard for once. God damn it. Yeah, I thought so. Lily doesn't look smug at least, but she's waiting to tell this. We split up. Corefire set me down on a nearby hill, told me to just watch the show, see how a pro does it. I only got in close at the end. Pharaoh was tired by then. He hadn't had time to put on his gold makeup. He'd been swinging that hammer for hours. His scraggly, graying hair was matted. Sweat ran down from his beard and under his armor. He gave me a look, like he knew why I was there. We'd met a couple of times. Whatever else you can say about him, the Pharaoh could take a punch. Corefire's strength was irresistible, but the Pharaoh's hammer made him absolutely impervious to harm. It's like we always used to talk about, who could beat whom when it came to just power on power. Blockade versus the living diamond, Nick Napalm or Aquamarine, Grabbag against the Bricular. A matchup like Corefire and the Pharaoh is anyone's guess. How do you calculate it? Zeta energy against magical relic. Pharaoh had always been tougher than anyone bothered to measure, and if he had put his mind to it, he could have been a real threat, instead of a standing joke. Each one had a force inside him, fueling him, and now we were going to see what it was worth. When they met, something gave. The fight covered about a mile back and forth, then it went down to the beach. The hammer was glowing. The rubies on it were incandescent. It was obviously the only thing keeping him standing. There were gouges in the landscape where Corefire had swung and missed. The paint was coming off of it, and underneath I could see symbols carved there. Corefire wasn't worried, more like baffled, frustrated. You could see the confusion spreading across his face. Why wouldn't this guy go down? His hands hurt from punching him, and he was sick of the hammer of Ra coming back and catching him in the face in front of this girl. Then the Pharaoh, Nelson, hit him straight in the chest, knocked him back a few steps, and he went to one knee. I saw Corefire's face then. I thought, oh God, he's going to kill him. I started to run in. Corefire went a few feet off the ground, taking his time to deliver his old Sunday punch, a massive roundhouse, harder than he'd usually dare to hit a living power, more the kind of thing when he'd smash an asteroid or sink a ship. The Pharaoh blocked two-handed and the hammer broke. It cracked down its face. I heard a sizzling crackle that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I smelled a whiff of an otherworldly whiff of alien or God. The hammer was at the center of a slow explosion, a cold blossom of negative energy like a fluid. It had splintered. One of the pieces went through Corefire's biceps and he was bleeding. Whatever technology or madness made the Pharaoh invincible, it was coming out. The effect was spreading. It dragged at me. Light and color smeared toward it. In another moment we might all have been sucked in. I had a sudden thought that it would consume the world, or our whole dimension. Maybe Mr. Mystic knows. The Pharaoh shouted at me to run. He was muttering his power word, but I don't think it was working. I didn't look back. You know I can't fly, but I run pretty fast. I honestly don't know what happened then. The whole valley had iced over by then. It was creeping into the sea. I honestly thought we had started the end of the world. There was another explosion. Core fire got blasted miles into the air, and it must have hurt him, thrown him into that coma. I thought he was dead. I guess that's where he got the brilliant idea of stringing it out like that. Unless it was you, Mark. It's got your stamp on it. Black Wolf shrugs. Oops. I wanted to say something before, but if anyone knew I'd been there, no one would have believed it wasn't me who killed him. I guess I wanted a chance to be the good guy for a while. You would have worked it out eventually. Fatale would have, I know. So what happens now? I ask. Did we lose or win? I'm going upstairs after this to stop that idiot from taking over the world. I'll be gone by the time you get out of this. I just want to say thanks for giving me a chance to be someone else for a while. Lily, I want to tell her not to go, that we need her here. Wait. She walks over to where Elfin's spear leans against the wall, hefts it once, then tosses it to Elfin through the bars. If you're thinking of hunting me down when this is over, forget it. She turns to go. I call, "Good luck," after her, because someone should. She was one of us. She half turns, nods, and walks off down the passageway. Elfin picks up her spear and looks at it uncertainly. I stand up and spread my arms. Go on, I tell her. I'm ready this time. The plan has formed in my head. I can see already it will work. If she hits right, like she did the last time, she can pull me out through the field that's been trapping me. Our cells aren't that far apart. She frowns and takes aim. It goes through just like before, and the barbs catch, but it doesn't even hurt. She's good. I let her pull me into the field. For a moment, all my systems shut down. I black out for a second, but when I come to, I'm out of my cell and they're all looking at me. For a moment, I'm the only superpower in the room, and they're waiting for me to rescue them. I bend the bars of Elfin's cage, shoot out the lamp shining into Damsel's cell, and tear off Black Wolf's and Rainbow's restraints. For a second, I'm a towering figure helping the needy, forgotten, and helpless in a faraway place. When we get to the surface, everything's already over. Lily is gone, and smashed machinery and fragments of mirror lie everywhere. The hammer of Ra rests on the floor, cracked and useless. It must have been some fight. And there, tied back to back at the central pillar, are Corefire and Dr. Impossible, the greatest hero and greatest villain of the age. For once, neither one has anything to say. Lily vanished into the rain after the battle. She must have some other way of getting around, because she's nowhere on the island. Damsel and I check the whole place. After a team vote, we decide not to look for her. Everyone is feeling pretty giddy anyway. Corefire himself is maybe a little disappointing. When I heard the thunder, I could hardly believe it. And now, meeting him, he's actually kind of cute, even bigger than I expected. Untied, he towers over me, but for a guy who came back from the dead, he doesn't feel like talking much. One thing Corefire does do is show me one of the doctor's secret archives. I don't know how he knew, but it turns out to hold the thing I've needed all along, the original file that Protheon kept on me. They photographed my passport and everything. They kept a record. Not much, but name and medical history at least. Even a psychiatric profile. One last origin story. There isn't much time to sort through it before we have to leave. There's some technical stuff I never knew before, a few hints about abilities I haven't even tried, biometric data explaining why I was a good candidate in the first place. There are pictures of me, scanned from someone's holiday Polaroids. I only barely recognize the girl in the photograph. We look like half-sisters at best. I could have passed her in the street. She stands in a fuzzy sweater, smiling at whoever is taking her picture, looking lost but hopeful. And the memories are gone. 1980s Christmases and high school French and the rest. But I don't think she was very happy. I spend a while at the databanks, downloading. When I come out, I almost walk right into Black Wolf and Damsel, who are making out in the rain like high school kids. I feel my face go blank and slack. It's a familiar feeling that, amnesia or not, I can tell I've felt before. And there's this extra twist inside of me because it shows how much I was kidding myself all along. And although it's just about the most romantic thing I've ever seen, I don't much enjoy looking at it. I could tell them more than they know, about who Lily is or what they should do with Dr. Impossible, but they don't seem much interested in talking. They don't even notice me, and I try to be casual about it, like it never mattered in the first place. Everybody pretends not to see me seeing them. Elfin's performing some Celtic victory ritual, so Mystic and I watch for a while. He even offers me his opera cloak to keep the rain off, but I decline. There's something gallant and a little sad about him. Then they march Dr. Impossible out, Rainbow holding him by the collar. No one's ready to leave yet, so he's left standing there for a while, sagging in the chains, looking around at what remains of his lair. The rain is running into his eyes and there's a quirky kind of smile on his face, but it's the same guy. He's not looking his most evil with his helmet off and his hair all over the place and one black eye. I stand there and let him get a good look at me, and he looks back. I want to grab him, shake him, make him talk to me. But what does one say on these occasions? A real hero would have all kinds of clever observations. I did at one point, but I can't remember my stupid speech at all. He's my nemesis, I guess, if I want one. Creator, savior, enabler, whatever he was. All these enhancements, everything that happened to me, was just fallout from his stupid, off-handedly brilliant plan, which I never even got to hear about. I'm looking at my whole life standing there, and what do you say to that? My combat computer comes up with the answer. It starts as a growl that turns into a shriek and ends with a ferocious right cross, whose impact rattles my whole frame. He feels it. I doubt Corefire could have done much better. It spins him almost around. His head goes back and his lanky hair follows, rainwater spraying everywhere. Even Rainbow Triumph's mouth hangs open with surprise, and I hear applause. Black Wolf, maybe, or Corefire. I'm finished, I think he mutters. Sorry, but I'm already walking away. I don't know what happens next, because at this point I just wander off to another part of the island, and I'm not really paying attention. I end up down by the water, at what looks like a little harbor area. A couple loading cranes in concrete piles in the water. He must have built it early on, but it never got much use. It's still pouring with rain. Yes, sure, we won. Things overall are going to be okay. I don't know it yet, but we're all going to be famous again, some of us for the first time. Black Wolf's corporation will get rich off patents gleaned from Dr. Impossible's island. Damsel's powers are coming back stronger than ever, reborn in the light of her mother's sun soaked into her. New senses, even a new power that will bring the ocean up over my ramparts to sweep away the remnants of the doctor's robot army. Her skin looks greener than before, gills more prominent, and they work properly now. Maybe she can even breathe on her mother's home world. She's mounting an expedition there next year, and she's even talking about running for an open Senate seat when she gets back. Apparently the Constitution doesn't have anything prohibiting alien princesses, at least in the legislature. Corefire decides to disappear again for a while. The bruises healed in a couple of days, but this has been a PR disaster for him, a fake death and then getting beaten to a pulp by Dr. Impossible. He said he was taking off into space to be by himself for a while. Maybe the moon or Titan. I was surprised. He actually seemed a little shy. And we take Dr. Impossible into custody. He isn't talking much on the ride home, either, not even when we hand him over to a pair of agents from the Department of Metahuman Affairs, who assure us they have some new ideas about containment, and they can totally handle him this time. But I don't know any of that yet, sitting on the docks and wondering if maybe I will just rust away like the rest of Impossible's Island. That's when Elfin arrives. She's carrying the hammer of Ra, or halfway dragging it behind her. It must weigh a couple of 100 pounds. The gold paint is flaking off, revealing the stone underneath. The rain starts to slack off when she arrives, which is a nice trick. She climbs up on a half-shattered slab of concrete, careful not to touch the bits of iron rebar poking out. "I know you wish to leave us." Elfin, I guess I'm surprised. She never seemed all that perceptive. "I was going to announce it later. I'll get a mercenary job somewhere." "Why? Because you are not like Coalfire, invincible?" "I'm just not one of you." The clouds are drifting away, and a full moon rises huge and orange behind her. Under the light, she's a silvery May Queen, perched on a neo-Gothic ruin. Moonlight strikes the water, showing every ripple. There's no wind. "Come here. I want you to see this." She points back up to the cliffs where Dr. Impossible's ramparts are still black against the sky. "It's almost gone, but this was once a vast continent. Only this isle remains. This was where our castle stood, the fortress of the western side. Once they left offerings for us, the earliest people. That was long before the Covenant, before we came to England." "Before... How old are you, Elfin?" She turns away, ignoring it. I guess it was a rude question, but something about her is starting to make sense. For the first time, I can see past the teenage waif look and see how old she really is. And what is she now? A being partly sylvan goddess and partly animal, a fairy. She'd been left behind by everyone she ever knew, but she became something else, new and strong and strange. That's what Damsel did for her. I can smell like grass and forest loam. It's an uncannily warm night, and the sky is awash with stars. Under 20 times light amplification, you really start to appreciate it. Elfin has a point to make, but, as usual, she doesn't bother to explain for a while. "I need you to help me." "What are we doing here?" I ask. "It is my mission. The Geas Titania laid upon me before she departed to the other land. It has been so long, I thought it would never come." "There," she announces, and hops down. She takes my hand, and I let her walk us down the waterline together, feeling as if in a dream or a fairy tale. Next to me, she looks like a child. She drags the Pharaoh's hammer a little way out onto the docks. Scrubbed of some of its tacky gold spray paint, the broken weapon still has a primitive beauty. I can't read the runes. The hammer keeps fuzzing out my video chip, but I can tell they aren't hieroglyphics. "She said I would know my purpose when it came, and there were times when I thought it was all a falsehood, or Titania's grim joke," she says. "I know what you mean." "I want you to tell me when it's midnight exactly." The clock inside me counts slowly down while we watch the moon rise. Neither of us says anything, but for once it doesn't feel awkward. It turns out to be a good place to think things over for a bit. I suppose I ought to vow to oppose him forever, make a nemesis issue out of it, but it's a little beside the point. It's not like I'd get to hunt him down. We're about to send him back to prison. And with Coalfire back, he's already got a nemesis. I'd have to be co-nemesis. And since he saved my life and gave me superpowers, I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to be angry about, if we come down to it. Although I do wonder what scheme or inspiration I was part of at the beginning. One day, I'll have to ask him. It's almost 12. I nudge Elfin and whisper, "It's coming. Now." "Here," she says. She hands me the hammer. "I want you to finish this. Throw it out there, far as you can." She points out over the water. The hammer is surprisingly heavy, but once I get it off the ground, I find I can handle it. No regular human could have lifted it at all. I set myself, grip the hammer shaft, and wheel around once, then again. The forces are enormous, but my skeleton adjusts to the stress and pivots smoothly, as if it were designed for this. The hammer hums in the air, massive, and there's an energy building in it that feels a little dangerous, and I wonder for the first time if I should be doing this. I spin a third time, feel my muscles and metal skeletons straining to put more spin on it, and then with a grunt that unexpectedly becomes a scream, I let it go, hurling it farther than I would have thought possible out over the lake. It disappears into the dark, and I listen a long time for the splash, but unbelievably, there's no sound at all. Then, a distant crack of thunder. For a while, we stand quietly together on the shore, feeling something end. Elfin's free now, and I'm crying again. When I think of the photograph of the girl I used to be, a stranger now, I think how much I miss her, and how she was never really happy in the first place. I still don't know why she went to Brazil, or if she meant to stand in front of a dump truck, or not. But she probably couldn't see in the dark, or walk on the bottom of the ocean, or take a punch worth a damn, or throw one. Maybe not everything changes for the worse. Maybe I just became what I needed to in order to survive. I miss the girl I was, and I wish I could tell her that. But she got hurt really bad, and I've been waiting such a long time for her to be okay again. I bet she never dreamed she would live so long, or do the things she can do now. I wish I could tell her what she'd grow up to be, how strange and beautiful and unexpected she'd be. She'd probably feel a lot better if she knew. The sky and the stars are brilliant, and I think of how much she would have loved this.
Chapter 21. No prison can hold me. If you had one single chance to get everything you ever wanted, to succeed, to win, what would happen? Would you make it, or would you go down in flames? Which kind of person are you? I used to ask myself that question. Now I don't have to. It happened 2 weeks ago, but there hasn't been much else to do except think about it. They chained me up outside, rain running into my eyes. Black Wolf and Damsel were kissing like idiots. Black Wolf's mask came off, showing the shock of white hair he usually keeps hidden. They pretty much forgot about me for a while. It didn't take much to finish me. Once the champions were loose again, everything started to crumble. Elfin used her storm powers, and Damsel did something to the ocean so that it surged over the walls, washing everything in warm salt spray. The great dome of my laboratory cracked and broke, the sky opened up, and my much ballyhooed ice age fizzled into a warm tropical rain. The water ran down through the laboratory, the armory, all my experiments, trickling down even into the lowest levels this time, through the sub-basements, and into the atomic furnaces far below, the secret fires. It's a great moment for them. The new champions are splashing around in the courtyard like giddy 10-year-olds while I watch, helplessly, trying to reach the padlock on my ankle. Why shouldn't they be happy? After all, it's their finest hour. Elfin is aloft, chanting unintelligibly, weapon raised to the storm, and Mr. Mystic's cloak flaps in the wind as he gazes dramatically off, stage left. He even winks at me. His ridiculous top hat finally seems to have found a purpose in keeping the rain out of his eyes. The cyborg hits me in the face, to the amusement of all. Lily's gone, or Erica, I guess. Disappeared into the rain to find her own way home. She didn't seem any more eager to hang out with the new champions than I was, and they didn't go looking for her. I still don't understand her role in this, whether she's a hero or a villain, or exactly what. I make a note to ask her. But first things first. In about 10 minutes, the smoke bombs will go off. It's 2 weeks later, and in 10 seconds, everything is going to become chaos. I'll slip the handcuffs and get on the other side of the helicopter and into the United Nations uniforms I cached there. After that, All I'll have to do is keep walking across the tarmac. With the briefcase, I might look a little odd, but it could just be somebody's baggage. That dummy I made out of seat cushions and parachute silk should fool them for just long enough. If not, I'll have to improvise. In a few minutes, I'm going to be free again. But that's just the beginning of my problems. I still have my work to do. There's still a whole world to deal with. What does it mean to conquer the world? Is there really a way to do it? Do you have to be the richest one or the smartest one, or to beat everyone in a fight? Or just know you could? Is it to be invincible? Does it just mean you get the girl you really wanted? Did Core Fire already conquer the world a long time ago? Did I? Or maybe there is no way to do it. No one could have tried harder than I have. Haven't I already fought 100 battles and lost every one? 3 minutes now. And yes, this could be a bigger problem than I thought. Non-trivial, I see that now, but that's no reason to stop. No more mistakes this time. I can see a helicopter parked in front of its hangar, maybe 600 feet off. That's what I'll make for. Just slip into the pilot's seat and start revving the engines for the dash across the border. It's even odds I'll make it. Who built Antitron? Who harnessed the limitless energy of Dimension Zeta? No hero did that. That was groundbreaking. I can beat these people, no question about it. Who moved the moon? I did. In a week, I'll be in Antigua, or Hong Kong, or Des Moines. And from there, I'll find a way. Something new, nanotech, or superstrings, or voodoo. I'm still the smartest man in the world. Soon, yes, soon I will be invincible. When your laboratory explodes, lacing your body with a supercharged elixir, what do? You don't just lie there. You crawl out of the rubble, hideously scarred, and swear vengeance on the world. You keep going. You keep trying to take over the world.
This has been a Highbridge audio production.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.